arming. Copy.
Just shut the rotor off of mine, right over the runway at Sanaki. What a perfect setup.
It helps if I unmute my mic. Hello. I also need to mess with my white balance on my webcam. Because of course I do. There we go. And let's tweak this as. Oh God, no! Let's not. let's not tweak that. That was a bad idea. Okay, that'll do it. I think that should be okay. I hope my shit's all working because I don't know if it is. But anyway, we're gonna do some DCS stuff, I suppose, because I'm gonna fall asleep if I don't do something. So we may as well stream. Hey Gerbil, good to see you. We are going to do some viggen stuff because blue are outnumbered at the moment. We are on Ligma's Caucasus. I need to get this jet started up, so bear with me. I'm probably going to be like giga rusty. I did fly this thing a little bit off stream the other day. It went so-so, not the best, not the worst. But don't expect any amazing feats of flying, because you're probably not going to get them. No, because if I go to sleep now, it's going to fuck up my sleep schedule really, really badly, and that's going to fuck me up at work tomorrow, so, well, and probably Friday as well, so I don't want to do that. I've kind of sort of got my sleep schedule into, like, an almost normal human being routine, and I really don't want to risk fucking that up, because if that gets fucked up, that causes me all kinds of really bad problems. Also, there's a shortage of my meds at the moment, so I'm going to have a bit less energy to play with at work and a bit less, like, attention span, which is no bueno, and I don't want to, like, be kind of out of it on top of that, because that would be really bad. We're going to go fuck this up. Don't really have a good reference to run in on. That one's, we could do that, but that's a pretty deep penetration. That's what she said. Also, it's right near a pair of airfields. I think only one of them's active, but we'll go for this. So this is like a frontline logistics target. What we're going to do is we're going to set Krimskup as waypoint 1. That is one of our airfields, so that can be a divert, but we'll set up as waypoint 1. We're going to go waypoint 2. Will be the northwestern sort of inlet, outlet, question mark, of this lake. B2, and then M3. M being an actual objective, like a mission target, rather than a steer point. M3 will be there, and then we won't bother with waypoint 4, because we'll just fucking hang a UE and head home. The viggen can do frontline stuff. It's not really ideal for it, though. I like it. excuse me, if I want to do frontline shit, I'm better off taking an A10. So I prefer to use the Viggy Boy for actual, like, interdiction strikes and shit, which is what it was supposed to do anyway. It's what it was designed for. Yeah, works really good. Really, really good. Like, surprisingly, I haven't had any issues at all, like, not even little minor ones. It's been really, really, really good. Everyone on my team's fucking awesome. Like, it's a really chill atmosphere. Excuse me while I try and get my brain in gear. Okay, this is what we want. I still haven't bothered to... I know it's a really simple process, and people have told me how to do it. I think I've even been told through chat how to do it while streaming, but I don't remember how to re-reference the nav system if it... Like, when the INS... Oh, not INS. This doesn't have an INS, we'll get to that. But when the nav system misaligns, you can re-reference it using the radar, and I think using another method. I don't remember how to do that on the fly, so we're just going to wing it, hope nothing breaks. So, you didn't mishear me, I didn't misspeak. The Viggen does not have an INS. People talk about the Viggen's INS all the time. They're full of shit, don't believe them. This aircraft does not have an inertial navigation system of any... Well, not in the conventional sense, right? It's not an INS. What it is the actual computer is taking air data from the air data probe and air data computer. It's taking Doppler radar, because this thing has a Doppler navigation radar system, and it's combining that with where you tell it is when you start the jet. And a few other reference points you can pre-program in, like takeoff point, landing point, etc. It's taking that to figure out where you are. It's closer to how the DIS operates in the like the Hind or the Mi-8 than it is to a true INS. It's actually kind of similar to how RSBN should work as well, except this doesn't reference off of radio nav beacons like the MiG-21 does, and anything with an RSBN system should. Is this plain stuff? It would appear to be plain stuff, yes. We will go TACT 580. So TACT 580 is an input that turns off the turnav system. There's no, like, there's literally no benefit to doing that. You don't want to do that generally, but because I am a giant Spurg Lord, I don't want turnav active because turnav was added in the 1990s with the AJS upgrade. The original aircraft did not have enough onboard memory to run turnav. Turnav has to run on the cartridge because the cartridge is where the bulk of the memory in this aircraft is. Before they added the cartridge system in the AJS upgrade in like 93, this thing had very, very little onboard memory, which is one of the reasons the AJ versus the AJS has such limited loadouts. It cannot store that much in the computer. Because the HUD has to, like the actual HUD symbology takes up data space, it has to know how to draw that. Your navigation takes up data space, the loadouts take up data space, there's a bunch of shit. So turnav was not a thing on the AJ. No, too many details, not as many as I'd like. And the thing is as well, I'm more of a generalist, so people will ask me like really hyper, hang on, I should turn this way, it's shorter. People ask me really, like, turbo, hyper-specific questions about shit because they assume I know. Sometimes I do, but usually I don't. It's because, like, I have knowledge of a wide range of stuff, but I don't have, like, insanely deep knowledge of any of it. Something, like, very few things I have really deep knowledge of. It's mostly just, like, I know a little bit about everything. Which is useful sometimes, but it can be really annoying too. So this is running the early weapon set on Ligmas, which means we're only able to carry AIM-9Bs, RB-24, no index, not a 24J, just an RB-24, AIM-9B. I'm carrying one. I'm carrying a proper AJ-37 loadout, so that's 3 rocket pods and 1 RB-24 on the inboard station on one side. The outer pylons were not usable on the Viggen until the AJS upgrade in the early 90s because they were wired for Falcons, and when they actually flight tested the Falcons on the Viggen, they found out it caused really bad flutter issues, which could lead to structural damage and airframe loss. So they stopped doing that real quick, and they never rewired them until the AJS program in the 90s. They just left the hardpoints empty. They could use them to carry stuff, like if you were relocating from one airbase to another. You could load weapons onto the outboards just to carry them, but you couldn't fire anything from them. So all these fucking gamers you see on Ligma's server with outboard sidewinders, or in fact sidewinders on any station except the two most inboard ones, the left and right inboards, that's some 90s gaming. They shouldn't be doing that, but I don't think he's quite based enough to restrict the loadouts to stop them doing it, unfortunately. They'd probably cry if he did. But I fly as much as I can with actual AJ loadouts in a Cold War server. In a modern server, obviously, I fly with AJS ones. So I've got a single Sidewinder. It's less for self-defense than it is for moral support, because it's a 9B and it's one of them. Like, I've achieved one kill with my supposed self-defense missile in this thing with the 9Bs, and it was, like, the guy was brain dead. He was flying straight and level directly in front of me. Okay, nav systems set up. Seats armed. I think we're good. So we just hit the burner and get the fuck out. Robbo does crashing stuff, this is nice to see. Hey, Robbo knows how to crash a much wider variety of aircraft than I do. I can only crash a few planes, he can crash most of them. Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. Probably should have turned down the gain on the radar screen, it's kind of bright. We can use the brightness filter, but gain is probably the better, or not gain, but brightness is probably the way to do it. The filter I just adjusted is the night filter. It actually puts a red polarized filter in front of the scope. It looks really cool at night, but it's less useful during the day. During the day, you just want to turn the overall brightness down. Now, when they fixed the flight model and the engine parameters on this thing, the fuel economy, which was bizarrely good before, miraculously even, actually got fixed. So you cannot afford to fly Zone 3 at low level all the way in and out like you used to be able to. I thankfully had not got in the habit of doing that anyway. So we're just going to cruise in probably at mil thrust, maybe even a little below it. And only use the burner when we have to. I've got to change units on this too, since the Viggen is a Swedish aircraft, it is instrumented in metric. Hopefully those 21s will leave us alone. I also forgot to raise the sight glass for the HUD. So the Viggen's quite draggy. It's kind of like MiG-21 in that regard, but worse, because the Viggen's a much heavier aircraft. It's quite a bit larger in most dimensions. And instead of just a single delta wing with a tail, you've got a very large double delta with canards. So the Viggen is a drag monster. It's got a monstrously powerful engine. The RM8, which is a modified JT8D with a great big afterburner on the back of it, I think pushes like 115, 125 kilonewtons of thrust in full burner, something like that. It's a lot. It's more than a MiG-25's engine pushes. Obviously, the 25 has two engines, so that helps it, but it's a lot of power. But the thing is, it's fighting all that drag, and especially if you're not in burner, like, the dry thrust is not actually that impressive. And so the aircraft in I think the server's going to reset. The aircraft in dry cruise is actually quite slow compared to what you'd expect, and it's quite sluggish in how it feels. I don't know if I've played the most up-to-date version Prey, but I have flown that thing a whole bunch. I've flown it on stream a few times as well, but that would have been like months ago, not too long after it first released. But I really liked it. It was really cool. Now, I'm not sure if this is just a DCS-ism or if this is how it is in the real aircraft too, but the autopilot in the Viggen, while being quite sophisticated, especially for its era, it can't compensate for asymmetric loadouts. So you want to feed in some roll trim when you're flying with, you know, an asymmetric load like I am, and it won't hold in autopilot. Looks like the server's restarting, of course, right after I take off. It's kind of like the 21 does that too in DCS. I don't recall if the 21 could counter asymmetric loadouts with the autopilot or not in real life, but the Viggen makes it quite annoying. So I prefer to hand fly it anyway. You know, the autopilot's handy if I need to go get a drink or take a piss or something, but hand flying is more fun. And especially if you're down low, that's what you want to be doing anyway. Ooh, you've been on a shopping spree. There's been a bunch of things come out that I was interested in, which I'll have to check out at some point. But I still haven't got round to sorting out add-on linker and then moving shit around. And that NVMe is literally full. I've got like 2 gigabytes of space left on it. So what I'm probably going to do is get add-on linker set up and then just have it dynamically move things in and out of the SSD when I'm actually loading them. The other option is to still use add-on linker, because I don't want to be loading everything every time I play, because my load times are up past an hour, and they're going to get higher and higher as I add more add-ons. But I might even just buy another, like a new NVMe, a bigger one, and just move MizFiz across to that. So I bought a second NVMe for DCS relatively recently, but now I am getting paid, and I'm getting paid reasonably well. Like, for once in my life, well, once in my adult life, money is not a concern, basically, more or less. Like, I'm not exactly off to buy a Ferrari, but I don't have to panic about whether I can make rent or not from week to week. So what I might do is I might just get a really big NVMe and slap MizFiz and all the add-ons on that, and then just use add-on linker to control the, you know, the loading times by just enabling and disabling stuff as I need it. We might do that. Let's see how we go. I haven't set up any custom loadouts for this. I'll have to do some, so I don't have to do it manually every time. And I also don't remember what all the approved loadouts are, so I have to check. Okay.
Copy.
Now we've got to redo all our waypoints as well. So we'll go steer point 1 over crimps, right in the smack in the middle of the runway. Steer point 2 here on the northwestern corner of that lake, and then target waypoint 3
Rearming complete.
goes there, and then we'll just fly home from there. Same deal as before. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. Yeah, it's gonna be hit and miss for a bit longer. I'm still settling in with work, but I figured I'd squeeze one in this afternoon since I had nothing else to do and I was feeling a bit tired. So I thought, how better to wake myself up than go swear at DCS a bit. Shit. I keep forgetting they changed the dials around on this a couple patches ago. turn the radar brightness down a touch, maybe not that much. Okay. Radio set. C arms. They fixed the fuel regulation control. It spawns in the automatic position now instead of manual, finally. Well, I think they did that a few updates ago, but still, it's good to see. Same as before, we're going to turn the turn-nav system off because this aircraft in this time period would not have had it. It wouldn't have had a cartridge either, but I honestly don't have the time to enter all the waypoints and shit in by hand. Otherwise I would. Like, if I had more free time, I legit wouldn't use the cartridge. But my time is now at a bit of a premium. Okay. I think that's everything. We're gonna find out soon enough. So we flick into nav mode. It should be referenced quite happily with our starting position. Dolores and a Rossum stream this. I've been on a really hard Cranberries binge for like a couple of months now. Totally for no reason. Totally independent of anything else, you know. But yes. Bought an external NVMe enclosure and a 2 terabyte for storage backup on my liveries and music. Would you get that much of a bonus out of an external NVMe though? Because like the whole point of the NVMe speed, like data transfer speed, right? But if you're on an external, it's going to be limited by what you're wired into. I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe like USB 3 or something's fast enough to make it not matter, but my understanding was always like if you want the speed, you need to have it plugged directly into the NVMe slots on the motherboard. Otherwise, you may as well just get a regular SSD. I don't know. I only use NVMEs for flight sim stuff because they tend to be quite heavy on data access. Anything else just goes on regular SSDs or even on hard drives. I don't mind load times too much. The main thing for me is stutters from the game trying to load shit while it's running. You know, like Misfizz and to an extent DCS are quite serious offenders in that regard, so I want to minimize the problem of having that. And I remember, like, when I first started playing DCS, I had it on an actual hard drive, not even a regular SSD, but an actual hard drive, and the game would hitch and stutter constantly. It would take me 10 minutes to load into some servers, like it was abysmal. It got better on a regular SSD, but it's considerably better with an NVMe. 11 terabytes of storage. How much have I got total? It must be pretty close to that. It's a lot. And then I've got probably God knows how much in old drives. Like, I don't chuck out or wipe drives when I upgrade. I just keep them as kind of like a backup, if you will. I have God knows how much, like, storage on those, but it's mostly duplicated across the years. Before I forget, we want RAWR. We're going to need to swap units again because it doesn't save between restarts. There we go. What are the teams looking like? There's barely anyone on now. Everyone ditched. But the server did restart, so it should probably fill up. It's also kind of dead o'clock. It's before the Europeans wake up, I think, but it's before the Americans are getting home from... Oh no, yeah, before they're getting home from work, I think. It's like morning or midday or something in the American time zones now, something like that. I don't remember. I know that noon here is like evening prime time for like US Eastern time. Oh, 2 a.m. Yeah, I was a little bit off then. Okay, so it's basically graveyard shift for all of the civilized world. I see, I get it. Well, my nav system's cracking the shits with me. I don't know what I did to offend it, but oh well. As long as it's close enough for me to visually identify what I want to blow up, it doesn't really matter. Have got my weapon selector configured. That's kind of important. For NVMe's best setup I ever did, 2x2 terabyte, 2x4 terabyte, SN850X are amazing. Blow Samsung out of the water. I think both of mine are Samsungs. They're Evos of some description or other. I think one's a 2 and one's a 4. I think MizFizz is on a 2 and DCS is on a 4. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. But yeah, like I said, now I actually have a steady, well-paying job. I'm very tempted to just splurge on an 8. And that should cover me for at least a while. Couple of years, surely. Wait, depends how long. Like, genuinely, I don't need to worry about money anymore. Unless I really fuck up at work and get the flick or something, I pretty much do not need to worry about money ever again. It's a really weird feeling. Really, really fucking weird feeling. Of course, now I've said that, something's going to go completely wrong, but outside of, like, me fucking up or some really bizarre disaster, which should be good. Veyron? I mean, considering I don't even have a license at the moment, I haven't driven for about 5 years at least, wouldn't be a very useful purchase for me. Hey Jazz, good to see you, man. It has been a minute. Been a few minutes, I think. Hope you've been keeping well. How is Japan? Smacked with 2 tickets. I just don't drive because I couldn't really afford a car, like maintaining or buying one for a long time, and because of where I lived, I didn't really need one until relatively recently. I do need one now. Not so much for like getting to work or whatever, especially because I'm planning to move basically 5 minutes down the road from the office. I'll just walk. But like if I want to go visit my parents or whatever, it's quite a drive. There's no public transport up there because they live out the arse end of nowhere, and they're getting to the age where I don't want them to be driving down to pick me up. Like I don't want them on that road early in the morning or late at night because there's logging trucks coming up it. There's fucking roos and goats and God knows what else. So do want to get myself a car and get my license, like my full license, but it's not a like immediate priority at the moment. I want to get settled in at work and settle into a new place first. It's looking like I'll probably move January or February if I get the place I'm kind of looking at, but it's not guaranteed. We'll see how we go. Worst comes to worst, I can just stay here. Oh. I probably should have been paying attention to that, hey, instead of talking. Well, it doesn't help that there's basically nobody on the server, so it's very easy for people to just pick out the one viggen. I might relocate and go get something else on the other end of the map. It's kind of... It's going to kind of get frustrating otherwise if we just keep getting clapped over and over. And Blue's been really, like, Blue usually coordinate reasonably well over comms. They'll at least talk to each other, but lately they've been really quiet. They've been behaving more like Red. Let's go from fucking Batumi. Fuck it. I'm down for some, well, not long haul, but longer haul flights. Mum wrecked her SUV last month. Old people shouldn't drive. My parents aren't quite at the stage where I'm, like, worried about them, like, having that kind of accident. Although I have noticed Dad's ability to navigate has gone down the pan, and he's doing the thing that he used to complain about of people driving the wrong way through a car park's one-way system. But actually, both my parents do that. I think once you get to a certain age, you're just like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. You know, I've complained about people doing that for how many decades now, it's my turn. But specifically because of the road that they are coming down, it's like a 3-hour drive, and probably 2 hours of that is a back country road heavily utilized by logging trucks and wildlife the whole way. So it's like, it'd be dangerous for me to drive that regularly, let alone them. But like around the city or on the freeway or whatever, I'm not really worried about them. But yeah, that's like my main incentive for getting a car, is just so I can go visit them without having to get them to pick me up or worry about them driving back at night. And also so I can just drive up and visit my mates in Newcastle or whatever, rather than have to deal with, you know, 12 plus hours on public transport. I like public transport, don't get me wrong, but like upwards of 8 to 10 hours on New South Wales trains is a traumatic experience at the best of times, so I'd rather not, honestly. I've done it enough times. I've experienced that plenty enough times to last me for the rest of my life. What are you doing for... I work for the government. Who saw that one coming? Yeah, I got a job in the public service, so... Like I said, I'm pretty much... Like, I don't have to worry anymore about money. It's not... Like, I'm not getting oodles and oodles of cash. It's still only APS 3 pay band, so it's not huge money, but for me, that is huge money. Like, that's more than I've ever had in my life, kind of money. And way more than I need to worry about survival. Clearing up our old waypoints, because we're going to have to re-spec our flight plan. Oh, the other viggen's been throwing down some waypoints as well. See, now there's another viggen operating in the same area. It's tempting to go back up there, but our flights are probably going to be out of sync, and I don't know if I can rely on him to cover my back, and I don't want to get pulled off target covering him only to find out that he's not going to do anything useful anyway. So we'll just stick with this. I think autopilot's going to be a bit of a non-starter here because of the roll trim issue, but if it wasn't for that, I'd probably autopilot like 3 feet off the deck over the water and then go for this. We'll probably go for this anyway. So we will set our initial waypoint there. And then we'll just make this... Oh, no, we won't. Okay, I see what we're going to do. I see what we're going to do. We're going to use the road as a visual ref.
Do we have any cap near crimps? We've got a F1 that's circling the airport.
I don't think we have any cap anywhere, to be quite honest with you.
Damn.
Kinda, sorta, yeah, it's like... So it's full-time, but I'm not working full-time yet. I'm working 4 days a week instead of 5. I'll probably pick up the 5th day once I do move and get settled in, because, you know, I'll lose less time traveling to and from work. But it's public service, so I've got flex time, right? Like, if I want to start an hour late and then finish an hour later, I can do that. If I want to take a long lunch one day, I can do that as long as I make it up at some point later in the week or later in the pay cycle. Like, it's really good for that. I can just basically do whatever the fuck. As long as I'm working the hours I'm supposed to work, they don't really care. We should not be doing that because we do not have a cartridge in yet, because I am not paying attention. Did that input? Yeah, it did. Kind of hard to see with the sun glare. Yeah, it's really good. And it's like a super secure job as well. So I don't have to worry, like, even if there's massive layoffs in tech or whatever, I don't have to give a shit because it doesn't affect me. Like, it literally does not fucking affect us. If anything, it's good for us if there's a massive tech sector layoff because it means that we pick up more good people. Okay. Nav system referenced. Seat armed. I think we're good. What do you use for tracking your head? This thing. It's a track IR. So this has got 3 infrared LEDs. And there's a camera next to my webcam that has an infrared filter, and it looks at where those LEDs are in relation to each other, and then uses some maths to figure out where my head's pointed based on that. Does some trigonometry. I've had it for probably 12 or 13 years at this point. I've had it for a long time. The clip itself is really flimsy. They break pretty often. I've gone through probably like 3, 4, maybe 5 of those over the years. But the camera's really good. I've never had problems with that. They're pretty expensive these days. They weren't too pricey when I bought it, but inflation and, you know, more people getting into flight simming have kind of driven the prices up over the years. You can make an equivalent system for probably like less than $100, just using like an old webcam and some spare LEDs and like a piece of IR filter paper. Like, people make their own versions of this all the time, but I just had this from, you know, years ago, so I don't need to worry about that. As long as the camera still works and the software still works, like, even if I break the clip again, I can just make a replacement clip or get one, or it doesn't matter. The camera and the software are the actual important parts. Speed limits on your highways? Yes, absolutely. There are some roads in Australia without speed limits, but it's quite uncommon, and usually they're like roads that you wouldn't want to go fast on anyway. They're like 1 or 2 lane country roads that don't have very good road surfaces and lots of trees and bends and kangaroos everywhere. The only one I can think of that you'd kind of be able to get some decent speed along would be something like out on the Nullarbor Plain, because it's literally just a long stretch of straight road and it's reasonably well maintained, I think. But like, there are a few roads near my parents' place that have no speed limit, but you can't go any faster than about 100, maybe 150 kilometers an hour on those if you're really brave, because otherwise it's just too dangerous. You'll hit something. has it gone back to Imperial? I guess when you reslot, it switches back to whatever the default measurement system is for the faction you're playing as. Same thing with the Mirage F1, because it's on Red 4 at the moment, you have to switch it to Imperial, otherwise you get callouts in metric. I'd like to get a flight of Viggens together to do some strike stuff on this server. I've done it before a few times. I've done some like co-op against AI in it as well, but it's been a while since I've had a really good strike package go on in a PvP server. I'd like to do one of those again. Because it can get pretty frustrating if you're trying to do ground pounding stuff in here and you're just getting constantly shit on by enemy fighters because your own team doesn't know what cap is. That's usually my experience when I'm doing out of ground. It's just my own fighters either fuck off or they aren't there in the first place. So it can get, you know, quite tedious, a bit disheartening. But when you've got a whole bunch of people flying as a strike package, they can at least protect each other a bit. And you can also have a much larger effect on target, you know, rather than just one dipshit like me trying to hit it with bombs. You can get a whole bunch of people in. I'm just thinking now, I should have actually brought bombs for this instead of rockets, because the high drag bombs are a bit more suited to the target we're going after. Rockets should still do it, but they might be a little less accurate. Especially if I'm heavy on the rudder like I usually am, trying to overcorrect it. So there's our first steer point, we're just passing through. Over to the second, which should put us over the road, and then we just follow the road. We're actually relatively high for a DCS viggen sortie. We're about 35 meters off the water. So there's a bit of an ongoing thing in the DCS community where people think the viggen never flew above, I think it was like 100 feet or 100 meters or whatever. It's the opposite. It's somebody's been playing Chinese Whispers and they've turned never fly below into never fly above. The viggen is, for its time, a relatively safe aircraft to fly down this low because it has a lot of very handy automation features. It's quite easy to control. You know, it has all these nice little quality of life things to make it less dangerous, but you still have some sort of safety in mind, right? You're not going to send your very expensive to train pilots, especially if you're a country that has a relatively small, you know, pool of available pilots to draw from. You're not going to send them out flying at fucking 10 feet above the forest. That's just stupid. Like, it's insane. Nobody would do that. But by real-world standards, like, this is still very low. This is insanely low. Most other aircraft, you know, outside of pilots engaging in hooliganism for the camera, most other jets of this era probably wouldn't dip below about 50 to 100 meters altitude. Even over water, they certainly wouldn't do it over land. We don't need to set the target QFE for the rockets. I mean, we can, and if you're using them in a certain mode, you might need to. But because I'll be using the radar ranging, at least if I've got the switchology set up right, which I think I do, we don't need to worry about QFE. The radar will range it for us. For the bombs, you do need the QFE at the target, because if you have it set wrong, either you're going to miss, or the bombs may not even come off the racks. Like if the aircraft thinks you're at an altitude that's too low, like it's too close to the target altitude, or it's actually below where it thinks the target altitude is, it won't release them. So if you're going to bomb anything in the viggen, you always need to make sure you check the QFE at the target and you set it correctly on the left altimeter, the main one. Got about 37 kilometers, 36 kilometers to go till we get to waypoint 2. We'll probably pop up slightly as we get closer so we can try and visually acquire that road. And we also want a bit of a dive angle for the rockets. If we come in too flat, it won't be able to get the range correctly, and like we're just going to miss long or short. If we get some dive angle on, it's better for the range finding mode on the radar. If we were using the slant range system, it would be better for that. And also, if we miss, it's going to be less, like there'll be less vertical distribution. It won't be as long or short. It should be focused pretty close on the target. One of the main things I see when people are doing ground attack stuff in DCS is they come in too shallow, way too shallow. It's pretty rare to see someone come in too steep, but you see them come in too shallow all the fucking time. It's bad. Don't do it. Don't do it. You want to be coming in probably with at least a 15-20 degree angle, often more than that. I usually aim for about 30-ish, 30 to 45, sometimes even 50. Because otherwise you may as well just not bother, you're not going to hit the target. Okay, we're going to start picking up some altitude. I'm going to kick over into attack mode. That circle should be on our, I think that's our waypoint. Yeah, it's our waypoint. We're going to fly using the old school compass indicator, compass ribbon, to hit the waypoint. And then we should... There's the road. Okay, I see the target. So I'm actually going to skip the waypoint. I'm just going to roll in. We might be a touch shallow here. We're a bit close. We hit something. Yeah, we fucked it. Okay. Home time. Oops, and I fucked up my nav mode there. Whoopsie daisies. So I was a little too close there. We're close enough and at a decent enough dive angle that it didn't really matter. The problem was because there's a bit of a crosswind and I'm typically a little heavy-footed on one pedal or the other just because of how I sit. We were coming in with a bit of crab angle. I tried to correct it, I overcorrected, and then by the time I'd sorted out my side slip, we were already too close. So the way you tell you're too close is those 3 bars that popped up in the bottom center of the HUD are your range gates. There'll be a bar, a horizontal bar that goes between them. If the bar is past them, it means you're too far. If the bar disappears completely, it means you're too close. You want the bar to be touching all 3 lines or within all 3 lines. And that means you're in range, and it'll blink. It'll start blinking at you when you're in optimum range. So you would have seen it strobe a couple times, then go out. That was because I was in optimum range, then I was too close. I think we do actually have a few closer air bases that we could fly out of, but I don't mind the longer transit. It gives me some time to think. Looks like the enemy fighters are sticking up north, which is good for me. Hey Seraphim, good to see you, man. Yeah, we're doing some viggen stuff. It's been a little too long since we last did it. Viggen flying high. I was just talking about this actually. This is relatively high. you know, what are we, 380 meters or whatever that is? I can't quite make it out. Yeah, 380, 370. That is relatively high for a viggen, but the viggen in real life wouldn't fly any less than about 10 to 20 meters above water, and no less than 50 above tree lines and terrain. The low flying thing is exaggerated in the brains of DCS players. It did fly low, but it didn't fly quite as low as the average DCS player thinks it did. Just because you don't want to lose pilots in stupid ways. There's also not really much benefit to flying any lower than that. Because if you think about it, the main goal of flying low is get below the radar horizon, minimize response time if you overfly like an anti-aircraft gun, like a AAA emplacement or short-range SAMs or whatever. And, you know, to a degree, minimize visibility. That's all you have to do. And between 10 meters above a tree line and 50 meters above a tree line, there's basically fuck all difference. Hey, Conti, cheers for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're doing some viggen stuff at the moment. Hoping I'm not too rusty. We'll see how we go. Cheers, man. I'm still not going to have much of a regular routine for a while, I think, but just squeezing in streams here and there where I have the energy for it. So we just went and did a strike on an enemy logistics hub. We're RTB and we'll come back for, I think, a different hub, because I'm pretty sure we killed that one outright. Gotta run. Catch you later, man. Have a good one. Cheers again for the raid. It's good to see you again. You should have TK Robbo if he's flying a chopper. Is he in here? Not at the moment. Server's filling back up though, which is good. So 80 viewers now. Haven't seen that many for a while. Probably because I haven't been streaming very regularly for a few months, but oh well. So for anyone who's new here, welcome. I mostly do DCS stuff. I do a little bit of other things too. I used to play a lot of Armor, but I can't play it at the moment because my group plays when I need to leave for work. Hopefully once I move to a new place, that will no longer be a concern. I can pick up Armor again. Play other stuff from time to time. I was actually thinking of doing a Black Mesa stream, another one. So I played the actual Black Mesa mod, probably 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, on stream. I saw that there was a Blue Shift add-on for it, so I think I might do that sometime in the not too distant future. But it is mostly DCS here and MizFizz once I get my installs sorted out and can update the game again without filling up my my SSD. I mostly fly older aircraft. I don't mind the modern stuff, but it's not really for me. I hate glass cockpits. I'm not interested in fucking joint precision, fucking standoff, you know, hit somebody's fucking nose hair from 80 miles away shit. I prefer things like this. I mostly fly Red 4 aircraft. I like my Cold War Soviet birds. But anything like pre-MFDs, basically, is what you'll see me fly a lot. And like I said, today we're in the viggen. We might change it up as time goes on, but this is what we're starting in. Dumb bombs that get fucked? Exactly. Precision-guided weapons are a crutch for low-skill players. I'm half joking. They do actually have legitimate applications, but honestly, and I'm probably going to piss off some DCS players here, but not like I don't say it 10 times a week anyway. The way most DCS players use precision weapons, it's purely a crutch for low skill. Like, it's just depressing watching somebody ripple off, like, a load of 6 Mavs off an A10 or something, and they miss with them anyway. I don't know how they miss with them, but they do. Like, you'll watch them puttering around with like the most ridiculous loadouts, and they still don't, like, they won't even get to the target to kill it because they'll be so loaded down with bullshit and they'll be so busy punching in stuff on their little fucking MFD that they aren't paying attention to what's going on outside. Nah, man. Not for me. Give me some dumb bombs and some moxie. That's what we need. Dumb bombs, big impact. Do you use the Durandal? Oh. My sweet summer child. I didn't stream it. I kind of wish I had now, but I did record it. Probably, what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was flying off stream with Robbo in the F1 on ECW on Syria. Did we use Durandals? Oh boy, did we fucking use Durandals. We griefed like 2 different airfields into a standstill. It was fucking beautiful. I stitched a line of Durandals directly across like 2 A10s, a viggen, took out a bunch of runways and taxiways, ended up hanging around strafing stuff because for whatever reason their air defense was offline. Oh, it was chef's kiss. So I recorded the track files. At some point they probably will end up on my YouTube. I just need to get around to doing it. I can't promise when that'll happen. It could be a year from now at this rate, but eventually they'll find their way there. 3 trillion S8s in a dream. Fuck yes. That's how we roll. Set up the thrust reverser, so it's pre-armed. As soon as we got weight on all 3 wheels, well, all 5 wheels, because the main gear's a pair of bogies, but once we got weight on all 3 sets of wheels, that'll trip the thrust reverser. We don't actually need it for this runway, but, like, if you're flying a fucking viggen, God gave it to you, you may as well use it. Get a little closer before I drop the gear. I find it's quite difficult to manage the speed in this when you're trying to come in for a landing. It seems to want to hold on to its airspeed, probably because it's so heavy. Okay, there's our runway. Gear now, we have a max gear speed of, I think, 600 k's an hour, maybe 650. It's pretty close to the MiG-21, so close enough. We should be good to drop it. And we'll just come around, put some power on, because we turn into a drag monster as we slow down. Delta wings, induced drag, all that fun stuff. We're aiming for an approach somewhere between 250 and 280. If you can fucking land a MiG-21, you can land basically most Cold War aircraft, I feel. Like, a lot of the references are very similar. My angle of attack's probably not going to be perfect, my approach speed might not be perfect. I don't really care about getting it textbook as long as it's serviceable. So we're kind of close here to being on speed. You want to put the velocity vector on the little dot in that bottom reference line, which is about 10 degrees angle of attack-ish, or 10 units, whatever it is, at 10 degrees local at the vane. And yeah, we're a bit fast, we're 300 and something, so we might just tickle the air brake on the way down. Get us at least below 300 so we don't cook the tires. Force the nose down with forward stick so we can get the thrust reverser activated. I'm not going to use the toe brakes. I don't need to, the runway's plenty long enough. Also, if your braking isn't, like if it's uneven or if there's a particularly nasty crosswind, and especially with the thrust reverser active, it's very easy to ground loop this thing. So I try and avoid toe brake usage on rollout if I can. Sometimes you need it, but should have probably turned the radar off. But I prefer not to, just in case. Alright. We're gonna re-reference the nav system. The other thing is I probably should have lowered the HUD glass for that, but it doesn't matter. No harm, no foul, we're on the ground. If you want to do a minimum rollout landing in the viggen, you can use the auto throttle, which is a lever back here somewhere under my arm. And this button here, which aims you, like it gets the auto throttle to maintain an angle of attack of 15.5 degrees. and that should put you on your optimal glide slope for a short landing. It should bring you in a much lower approach speed than what I just came in at, but don't need it. I don't actually use it because I don't trust the auto throttle. Haven't seen many people do anti-runway strikes, let alone that particular ordnance. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cooked, man. Like, OCA is a really important mission. Is that a taxiway? Kind of. Yeah, that's a taxiway. Fuck it. It is now. OCA is a really important mission in the real world, and it can be really useful in DCS scenarios as well, but most servers are not chat enough to actually allow it. But like, most servers have explicit rules against bombing airfields, which is dumb as fuck. I mean, in some cases it makes sense, like if it's a low population server, if there's, you know, some situations it makes sense, but most it doesn't. And it always shits me to tears, because OCA strikes are really, really fun and really, really satisfying to pull off. So, thankfully on this server, everything except the rearmost enemy airfields, which have a death bubble around them anyway, just to stop people being absolute shits when the population's low. But all the other airfields are fair game. When this server still had road bases, initially they were fair game, and that was a hell of a lot of fun. There was some incredible road-based, like, Death Star trench runs that you could pull off. There was one in particular, where was it? It was north of Kutaisi, like northeast of Kutaisi. There was a really good trench run that you come in the viggen and just drop a string of bombs down the fucking road that they were using to take off from. Anyway, the thing is, airfields, when the runway is damaged, will auto-repair after an hour. Only the runway, mind you. You can bomb taxiways and parking spots all day and it will not repair. It's only the runway that triggers it. But you can't do that with roads. So it was rapidly discovered that if you just did a couple of road-based strikes at the beginning of a mission cycle, that would decommission the road base for the rest of the mission. And it was kind of fucking with the A-10s, because they whine if they have to fly for more than 5 minutes. So there was a rule put in place, no striking the road bases, and like a bubble that would despawn weapons. But at the same time that rule went in, it suddenly became all air bases are fair game, except for the, you know, the rearmost main spawns, but everything else, go for it. We'll just park up here. Yeah, let's go with bombs. Let's go with high drags. They're a little better suited to what I want to do here than the rockets, and they're a little easier to hit with, because I don't need to do the pop-up and then correct for drift on the way in. I can just come in low, follow the road, make all my corrections without having to worry about timing or altitude. I'm just gonna pop the cartridge out and back in to re-reference the system. I don't know if this actually helps at all, but I usually do it regardless between sorties, just to try and stop anything breaking too hard. And our turnout should still be off. It's like Red's fighters are all up north. We don't have to worry about them for a while. We might shift back up north in a while, but I want to hit a few things down here first to kind of put some pressure on them everywhere. Is that an F5? No, that's an A4. Oh, there's a Skyhawk down here. What's it loaded up for? I want to say... Are those Zunis? I can't tell. I have to wait until I get closer. He's probably carrying at least one fuel tank, because people on this server have the weirdest fuel neurosis. Okay, Re-ref the nav system. We'll close the lid as we taxi onto the runway. Our only warning enunciators are the fuel transfer from the belly tank as I cut the throttle on the ground and the canopy open, so we don't have to worry about anything else. Just close the lid and go. Yeah, Zuni's and tip winders. Because I could see the fins, I was like, Zunis don't have fins. At least the pods don't, but yeah, that makes sense. He's got sidewinders on his outboards. I think he's got rock eyes on his center line. That's actually not a bad loadout. Rock eyes are really fucking good. They're my go-to frontline suppression weapon for when I fly Blue Force stuff. They're also really good against depots. Really, really good against depots. Oh! I'm a dipshit. We hit that target. We need a different one, don't we? What we're gonna do... We're going to move that waypoint. We're going to, not that one, we're going to, road, where is it? We're going to remove that waypoint. What we're going to do is, we're going to put a waypoint here, so that'll be B2. That should get us along the right river, and then once we get the river, we pick up the road, M3. Fingers crossed we don't get lost. We should be right. Okay. So I need to swap that out. My nav system's probably going to be slightly out of whack because of where I told it the reference was, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's close enough to get me visual with something I can navigate from, I don't really care if it's not 100% accurate. If we were flying in IMC or at night, it would matter a lot more. So when you're in takeoff, you know, when you've got the takeoff waypoint selected, let me rephrase that. When you've got the takeoff waypoint selected, and when you have the gear down and wait on wheels, the range indicator that I was talking about before when we did the rocket run, that actually indicates your takeoff speed. So when that fills, it'll fill from the center. When it fills, that's when you want to rotate. You should be flying by then. It's quite neat. There's a lot of really cool features on this jet. It's a really, really cool aircraft. I'm glad it finally got the fixes it needed. There's probably still some other things that need attention, like why it can kill helicopters flying at maximum speed with its Mavericks when no other Mavericks in the game can do that. That's a bit strange. Wonder how that happened. But at least it's not a fucking UFO anymore. We also need to change this to be in the correct mode for bombs. We'll leave the bomb spacing as default, because that's usually a pretty good setting. 15 meter spacing, or 15 meter or millisecond, I don't fucking remember, but the spacing there that we've got set by default is usually pretty good for these kind of targets. If I was going for a runway or taxiway, I'd crank up the interval a bit. We bomb from nav mode when we do this stuff. If you go into the attack master mode, it changes the bomb profile and it wants you to do a bunch of other stuff. I think you use the attack profile for blind bombing, and like toss bombing and stuff. You use the nav mode for what we're doing, which is just high drags, flying straight in and dumping them and getting out. About 20-30 meters off the deck. Not bad. Don't really need to get any lower than that. Need to do more anti-ship for this on stream as well. I think it's been a while before I've done much anti-ship. The viggen's quite fun for that. I've never used the RB-15s, the newer missiles with programmable waypoints. They're cool, and they're still in that kind of phase where they're smart weapons, but they're the fun sort of smart weapons. But I just prefer the O4s, which are really, like, cool, janky 50s fucking, you know, lost tech, basically. Bizarre and wonderful things that were designed not that long after World War II and used right up until, I think, like, the 80s or 90s even, something like that. Kind of similar to the Corsair's Bat Bomb when it releases, just the Bat Bomb I don't think has a motor in it, or if it does, I don't think it flies for as long as the, or it doesn't power for as long as the RB-04s. I really love the HUD design on this thing. They changed it dramatically for the JA-37, the fighter. The JA-37 HUD is a lot more like a conventional Western fighter HUD. But the AJ and the AJS have this really, really cool, sort of really Tron-looking thing where it basically gives you like a pathway to where you want to go. Like, that shows me where my waypoint is. The vertical bars give me my relative altitude, where I am versus where it expects me to be or wants me to be. When you're an autopilot in altitude hold and you bump the trim up or down, the pitch trim with the autopilot engaged changes your altitude if you're in altitude hold, or if you're in an attitude hold, it changes your pitch angle. It's similar to what the MiG-21 should do, but doesn't. It's not implemented in DCS yet. But when you do that, it actually moves those bars up and down to indicate, like, this is how much you want me to go up or down, just to make sure. Like, you know what you're doing, right? The only complaint I have is that the actual, like, numbers and stuff are quite difficult to read. They're very small, but that probably would be a lot less of a problem in real life. And I have got my view pulled back a bit, like the camera's pulled back and the field of view is kind of wide, so... SM Bat's Pure Glide, got to see one in person, nice! Okay, yeah, I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. But it's, other than being a pure glide bomb, it's kind of similar to the RB-04 in that they're both basically just an active radar stuck on the end of a very large warhead. The RB-04 has some additional features, like the group settings and things like that, which are very much hard-coded. In fact, I wouldn't even say they're hard-coded so much as they're probably, like, built into the fucking architecture of the circuitry. So, like, if you've ever wondered why your RB-04s don't appear to be hitting in DCS, either you shot them at something like an oil rig, which the game does not consider to be a ship, and therefore it doesn't consider that to be a legitimate target for it because of the shall we say, very outdated way the weapons were programmed back in the day, because, you know, DCS didn't really support anything better at that point, and they just haven't been kept up to date. Or you fucked with the group setting. You fucked with this switch here. And if you fuck with that switch, it tells the missile, I'm expecting this specific formation of Soviet ships to be, you know, what I'm shooting at, approaching from this particular direction, and so I want you to fly past this, and this ship and hit that one, because the Swedes were expecting the Soviets to basically put all of their landing ships, you know, in this kind of invasion of Gotland that they expected to happen. They expected the Soviets to put all the landing ships in the middle of the flotilla, and so they wanted to skip the escort ships and hit those, and so you basically tell the missile, reject the first X amount of targets you see, expect to see targets in this shape, and when you do, go for the, you know, the second or third row. And if you've got that set and you don't want to attack that specific, you know, formation, it's going to cause fucky things to happen. So, long story short, don't fuck with the group single switch if you're using RB04s, unless you very much know what you're doing. Smithsonian Annex in Virginia has an awesome collection of really early guided weapons, aside from the main museum in DC for obvious reasons. I'd love to actually see some of the museums over there in person sometime. Like, it blows me away just how many and how comprehensive museums in the US are. Like, some little fucking shit-kicker town with a population of 3 people and a dog will have just, like, an insane amount of really obscure stuff they somehow got. And here, like, you basically have to go to a state or national capital to see anything other than maybe aviation museums. And even the aviation museums are kind of few and far between. Alright, so we're coming up to our next waypoint. We do not need to do anything with our master modes. We just need to flip the safety as we get close. I think that's actually the road we want to follow. I'm not 100% though, so we'll stick with the river. The river will take us to where we want to go. Okay, there's the river. I'm going to go ahead and flip off the safety. I hope this is the right river. Yeah, it is, because it kind of hooks around to the right through, I forget what the name of this town is. Because there used to be a road base here, back when the server still had them. Okay, river and road hook around to the right. We're looking for like a smallish radio tower. Target should be near that. There's a bridge there. It's a little further up the valley. I probably should have taken that corner a bit wider. Oh, you know what? It's because my nav system's probably slightly out. It's around here, I think. We might need to do a second pass. Oh, no. No, this will work. This will work, I think. We don't have any symbology. Why do we not have Oh, because I didn't set my fucking QFE, did I? Okay, we will have to do a second pass because I'm a dipshit. Remember how I said you have to set your QFE if you're doing bombing runs? Yeah, well, I'm an idiot, and I didn't do that. So it's 1004. Good thing there's no AAA here, or we would be dead. 1004. There we go. At least now we know where it is for sure, and we might have a slightly more open approach angle coming in from this side of the valley. It's near those bridges. There it is. Oh, That's a beautiful fucking approach. Holy shit. Yeah, actually I'm glad we went around the long side. Stitch him right down the road. Okay, safety is off. Hopefully we should get some symbology here. Have I fucked something up? We should be getting symbology. Okay, you know what? We're gonna break off. Because I have got something messed up here. We're in the correct mode. Safety is off. We are in nav. Do we have bombs on? Yeah, we do. It's showing that the bombs are on the aircraft. Oh shit, we've got a MiG-15 right on us. Okay, you know what? We're going to change the plan. We're going to extend away. We'll come back for that when we get a chance. Belly tank's already empty. We're going to punch it off to get rid of the drag and weight. Good thing about it being a MiG-15 is we can extend away from him pretty easily. Bad thing is he's going to have a pretty small heat signature, so already pretty hopeless moral support Sidewinder is not going to be very useful against him, unless he gives me a really, really comically easy shot. We also can't uncage the Seeker on it. 049. So he is chasing me. I don't want to be one of those idiots that gets into a turn fight with a MiG-15 that I always laugh at when I'm fighting Viggens in the 15, so we're not going to do that. We're going to make nice big sweeping turns with power on. Pretty sure we got the bombs in the right mode. Like I said, I'm rusty. Bomb plan. Yep, we're in bomb plan. That's level release. It says ANF. You don't need that for CCIP. Yeah, this is nav, bomb plan, QFE. Oh, we might have been maybe too low. We're inside the danger altitude. Okay, 320. I'm not sure if I'll be able to shoot him down because he is chasing me, so he's not going to give me a good shot. He'll be head on. But we might be able to blow past him, back the other way, and hit our target, and then just get away from him. I could bait him back towards friendly air defense, but it's going to waste a lot of time and a lot of fuel. 257, 3.6, he's reasonably high up. Don't see him yet. Okay. Okay, yeah, we are in nav mode. Should have our bombs loaded. We're in bomb plan. Oh, you know what? I forgot to set my fucking... There we go. Actually, no, we did have the waypoint set. It just changed because I flew over it. I don't know what happened there, to be honest with you. It's weird. Anyway, we've built some distance from him, so we're going to go for another attempt. Also gonna... I don't know, man. 1004 QFE. We should be seeing some symbology. There's our target. I've configured something wrong. I don't know what. I'm just gonna hold down the release button and hope that it actually comes off. They were long, but not the worst drop. We'll come back for another run and hopefully we'll get it this time. I'm not entirely sure what I fucked up there, to be honest with you. We're getting a bit low on fuel. We got enough to make it home, I think, even if we stay in Zone 3 the whole way. Maybe. Yeah. We don't need to hog the burner that much. He's not likely to catch us. It may have actually still been configured for rockets. Popping out the data cartridge and popping it back in like I did was probably not the best idea. I probably should have popped it out, cycled it in the menu, and then loaded it again, because I don't think it refreshed it in my actual PC's memory, let alone the aircraft's memory. So we'll do that this time, and it should hopefully work out. But I think we'll do a similar setup to what we initially had there, where we fly over the target and come back. There's no AAA, or at least not significant AAA, so we can afford to overfly. Normally you wouldn't want to. Because that approach coming back down the valley gives us a really beautiful shot straight down that road with all the targets along it. So I think that's what we'll do. So I'm starting to fill up a bit. Looks like red's actually slightly outnumbered now. That's usually what happens. I'll join the team that's short-handed, and within a few minutes the other team will be short-handed instead. But we'll stick with it. We'll stay in the viggen, I think. Probably try and do some Mirage F1 next time I stream DCS, just because I don't think I've streamed it for a while. And like I said, I don't know when those videos will go up of me playing it with Robbo. Really wish I had been streaming that session, because it's a really good session. Like, that was where I started to finally gel with the Mirage and realize this thing's not actually that big of a shitbag in a fight. It's just, you know, obviously not as ideal as the light fighters, but it can still move. Flown it since the latest FM update? Yeah, I think that update actually happened, like, a patch or two before last time I flew it. It feels quite nice now. It's still, like I said, it still isn't as good a dogfighter in my opinion as the light fighters, just because it's too heavy and doesn't have enough power. But it's quite nice. It feels more responsive. It still has a bit of weird kind of lag in the pitch channel. I don't know if that's an actual artifact of how the aircraft's flight control systems work, or if it's just a weird DCS-ism. But it's not as bad as it was in that respect. And it feels much better just in general. Rolls are much nicer. It still has a bit of adverse, but nowhere near as much. Because it used to have insane adverse yaw at any speed if you tried to roll it. Or any subsonic speed if you tried to roll it. It's still present, but it's a lot less now. Makes it a bit less painful. It still doesn't like asymmetric like weapon configurations, but you'd expect that, because it's, you know, most things don't like asymmetrical configs, especially relatively small aircraft. Just gonna go ahead and turn the radar off now before I forget. Something that's worth noting. So this server runs that splash damage script thing, right? But even without that, the Viggen's weapons are a bit heat blurrium. I don't know how much power the ARACs, the rockets, should go off with. They're reasonably large rockets, so they probably have a bit of oomph to them. But the bombs on this thing, they're only 127 kilo bombs. They're not large bombs. And yet they do a comical amount of demolition. So I deeply suspect that a lot of its air-to-ground weapons are kind of a little bit overperforming, making the Viggen probably more effective against harder targets like airfields than it should be. So at the moment, bombing airfields with this thing is very much viable. It's probably the best thing to do with it, but I feel like it probably shouldn't be, and probably the Mirage with Durandal should be what you use for that, or even the F5 with some of the larger American bombs. RB-04 got its nuclear warhead removed at least? Yeah, I've heard about that. Never saw it employed myself, but I've heard about it. I think the 15 had that too, and because the 15's actually got, like, you can program it with waypoints, you could actually set it up as like a really ghetto Tomahawk. Hopefully, the recent trend of ED standardizing and normalizing more of the weapons, hopefully that'll continue and it'll become more all-encompassing, because I'm really tired of, like, there being different standards for every module when it comes to weapon effect on target or, like, weapon parameters and stuff like that. Just... Can we stop having that, please? It's nice having actual, like, good R13s and R3s, well, good within reason, in the MiG-21, finally. There used to be basically no reason to ever carry the R13 and, like, the R13M and R13M1 in the MiG-21. They didn't actually have longer range than the R60. Everyone said they did. They didn't. They genuinely did not. They had at least 1 kilometer less range at all altitudes, as they were implemented before. Now they actually do have more range, which is correct. They should have more. And they also, you know, they do have the larger warhead. I think they've got a slightly better seeker as well. So there's a lot of things now that are actually viable. And a lot of things that used to really badly overperform that are a bit more sane. It's going to tickle the air brake a bit. I find the Viggen's air brake is actually not anywhere near as effective as you'd think it is. I mean, it's relatively small, and it's, you know, it's got speed holes in it, but still, like, I expected a lot more than what you actually get out of it. We're actually going to drop it out again, because we're still too fast as we come through the turn. Any sane person would be going around right about now. Okay, that's more like it. Coming down through 300 k's now, we're going to pop the brakes back in and start putting on a little bit more power, because we're getting below the slope. And there's some power lines here. Alright, now we start putting power back on just to give us the distance. About 260 k's now, we're a little slower than we probably want to be. 280, that's more like it. It's going to be a very short field kind of landing. We're going to be basically on the threshold. Okay, nozzle down. We might chance our luck with the toe brakes a little here. I'm not going to stand on them, we don't need to, but we'll just gently put some pressure on. There we go. We can even... Oh, what? What's that? We missed the taxiway? Not a problem. The most important thing to remember when you are reversing in this is don't touch the fucking brakes. kick it back into forwards thrust to slow down. You don't touch the brakes or you'll end up flipping over on your tail. It's like the #1 mistake I see when people are using the viggen's thrust reverser to do like 3-point turns or reverse up on the runway or whatever, is they'll hit the brakes and immediately... It's one of those things, even when you know not to do it, it's a hard instinct to fight. So I end up doing it all the time myself. Okay, we're going to pull out the data cartridge and we're going to cycle through on here to make sure it actually refreshes the and picks the right one instead of whatever's cached on the existing one. So we'll cycle forward one, then cycle back one, and that should hopefully bring it up to date. Slot the new one in. Just pull off to the side here. Okay.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Hopefully it works this time. Yeah, so we're on bomb plan, which is what we need to be on. So it wasn't that. I don't think it was my switchology. Everything's set up the way it should be. I think it was just because I didn't reset the cartridge properly. So if I'd just, you know, not fucked with it, it probably would have been fine. We bagged 5 ground targets. Probably most, if not all of those, were at the first target we struck. So hopefully we'll clean up this one as well, on this run. And then we might head back up north, maybe. The unguided weapons are my bread and butter on this. So high drag bombs and rockets are pretty much almost the only weapons I ever use on the viggen for air to ground, and RB-04s for ships. I'll occasionally use the RB-05 against hardened targets like industrial stuff, like the industrial targets on this server, the big factories. They usually take an RB-05 to kill. Excuse me. They're good for fucking up hangars and runways and shit as well, although you can only carry the 2 of them. I've got fucking hiccups. I very rarely use MAVs. The viggen didn't carry them that much in practice, especially in the 70s. I don't think they even really carried them at all until the late 70s. So, and when they did, it was 2. They'd only ever carry 2. I think the AJS allowed loadouts with 4. I don't think the AJ did. I don't think there was enough computer memory to program in that, if the rails were even capable of it. But I just stick with 2 anyway. Yep, I am doing a viggening, indeed. Doing it wrong, apparently, because I fucked up my last run pretty well. I think we should be armed up.
Refueling complete.
No, we're still refueling. But yeah, MAVs are something I only ever use against basically air defense. That's the only time I use MAVs in this. Even against tanks, especially because I think the bombs and the rockets hit a little harder than they should, I'll just use bombs and rockets. Or maybe an RB-05. Like, there's... If you want to fucking sling MAVs, fly the A-10. There's, like... Why the fuck would you get the viggen, this really cool, unique plane, with all these really cool, unique capabilities, and then sling fucking Mavericks from it? Like, maybe I'm going to alienate the community here, but... firing Mavericks at ground targets that can't really effectively shoot back at you is the most fucking missionary with the lights off shit there is. Like, it's embarrassing, dude. It's fucking embarrassing. If your aircraft carries other shit, especially if it has all these really Gucci, cool, old-school CCIP, CCRP modes for unguided stuff, use that. Do literally anything but sling mavs. Like, even in the fucking A10, I'll carry 4 mavs, not 6, 4. I'll use the 4 mavs on air defense, maybe on tanks, and then you know what I use for everything else? Fucking rock eyes. Like, even from a gamer sort of min-max perspective, with the A10 in particular, if you want to min-max in the A10, you just carry enough mavs to kill the air defense, and then you fucking carpet bomb everything else with rock eyes, and clean up whatever's left with the gun. Like, mavs are just not that efficient. There's really no reason to use them on targets that can't effectively shoot back at you. It's just dumb. It's wasteful. You're depriving yourself of a more fun and interesting experience. Check the Luophile CM71 bomb. They gave it 125 kilogram explosive mass. Yep. Yeah, it sounds about right. And then you've got the fucking script running on top of that on this server, so you can imagine how much damage you're doing. Probably, you know, still a bit less ridiculous than the fucking SAMP 400s on the F1. Those things are like fucking tactical nukes, but still pretty silly. Mavs are standoff precision, not raw damage. Yeah, exactly. But, like, you should only be using standoff precision against things that can engage you effectively, which is to say AAA and maybe particularly angry BMPs, like BMP2s. Or, you know, if the fighters on the other team aren't letting you get close enough to employ other stuff more accurately, then fair. But that's not what most DCS players do. Like, especially on servers like this, they just load up 6 mavs, that's all they carry is 6 mavs on their A10, they just fucking lock and fire at the first thing that it'll actually acquire, and of course, you don't have actual real contrast locking in DCS. It's trying to approximate contrast locking by faking it. It locks onto game entities of a certain type with certain modifiers on, you know, how far it can do it from, the accuracy of it, so on and so forth. But it's essentially just locking in-game entities. So they'll basically slew the sensor around the HUD, mashing the lock button until it acquires something. They might glance at the TV screen to see if it's an actual unit, or if they've locked a fucking tree or a fucking dog kennel, and then they'll just ripple off missiles at it. I have seen it so many times. Actually, one of my previous streams playing on ECW on Syria, I was in the Su-25, and I'd managed to piss off Blue to the point where they sent a swarm of A-10s out to fuck with me, and like fuck up my airfield. And I was really worried, because I was caught on the ground rearming and refueling, and an A-10 came right towards the airfield, just rippling off mavs. And I'm like, okay, well, the previous one killed most of our air defense. This one's going to hit me. He's shooting at the hangars, he's shooting at me. No. One of them ineffectively hit the hangar behind me, and the other 5 sailed completely over the airfield. I think 2 of them hit trees, 1 of them hit a fucking light pole, and who knows where the last one went. Or the last 2, I can't count. Like, it's just embarrassing. I mean, at least the Viggen's mavs take a little bit more skill than the FC3 A10. Obviously the full fidelity A10 and F16 and so on are a little harder as well, but I don't know, man. I have a bit of a vendetta against Mavericks, not because of the weapon itself so much as the people that use it. Like, it's just so uncreative and fucking unchallenging. It's kind of the thing that I hate in DCS, right? Is the whole mindset of any mission that doesn't let me bomb a target that can't shoot back from fucking space isn't a good mission. The kinds of people that think they've achieved something by blowing up a fucking goat herd from 30,000 feet with a JDAM. I just really don't like that mindset. And the MAV, as it's used in Cold War servers, is basically like the poster child for it. If you can't be bothered to learn to use at least something else in your aircraft, then don't fly that aircraft. I'm not going to name names, because that would be a bit toxic streamer of me to do, and I don't need the aggro. But anyone who plays on this server or hangs out in the ECW Discord will immediately know who I'm talking about. Someone who was a bit notorious for only flying the Viggen and the Tomcat when he unlocked it, but basically figured out a way to use the Viggen to pretty much fuck up the server flow for everyone else, exploiting its at the time broken flight model, by the way. Anyway, this guy, like, there's deep lore here, but that's kind of not relevant to my point. My point is that he only knew how to employ Mavericks. That was the only thing he knew how to do in the Viggen. As soon as he was limited to 2 Mavericks instead of 4, or no Mavericks, he started trying to use the ARACs, the rockets. The ARACs are probably the easiest weapon to use on this aircraft. They are comically easy to use, and they're really accurate if you set them up properly. And by set them up properly, I mean have the correct mode selected and make a reasonable dive attack, and don't have, like, your rudder pinned over hard to one side or something. Like, they're dumb easy to hit stuff with. Well, he couldn't. He couldn't hit a fucking oil rig with them. He had just never used anything except Mavericks, and didn't know what to do once the Mavericks were taken away. And, like, it's not the only time I've seen somebody like that. It's just a funny example, because this guy's whole reputation was, oh, this guy's like a Viggen gamer, and it turns out he actually knew less about the aircraft than I do, and I fly it a couple times a year. But you see it with a lot with the modern aircraft too, like the Blue 4 aircraft. You'll see people that as soon as you take away their fucking JDAMs and shit, they don't know what to do anymore. Or you take away their AIM-120s and they don't know how BVR works. This one time, I think it was while I was streaming it on Blue Flag 80s. It's quite a while ago now. I was flying with Seal and the Vodka guys. We found an F-15 who, over the course of several hours of playing across multiple days, he thought Sparrows were semi-active. He thought they were fire and forget, because he would ripple off 3 or 4 Sparrows and then turn cold. And the missiles would just immediately go dumb. It's like, okay, somebody who's never used a Sparrow before and has just started playing the server after only using AMRAMs, that I get that. But this guy was a regular on Blue Flag 80s, and had been playing for at least a few days straight, because we observed this same thing happening day after day. And it was just mortifying. Like, how do you fuck that up? Wouldn't you think maybe after the 2nd or 3rd time you fire all your missiles with no result, you might start to scratch your head and wonder why none of your missiles seem to be connecting. And you might start to look into it. I don't know, maybe I'm just weird, but I'm pretty sure I'd be looking that up, like, quick smart. I've been in Zone 1 this whole time. It's fine, we got plenty of fuel, it's just, maybe I shouldn't have been in Zone 1 the whole time. I don't know, man. Like, I can understand it for relatively new players, or people who have just picked up a module, like, especially when I was new to the game, but even now when I get a new module, yeah, I'll just flop around and kind of learn by failing. But, like I said, this guy wasn't new to the server, and as far as I'm aware, was not new to the F-15. Some people just don't learn, or they don't want to learn. I will never understand those people. Like, the moment I stop learning is when I get bored and I stop playing a game. If there's nothing left for me to learn, or I don't feel like there's something left for me to learn, why the fuck am I playing the game? It's not fun anymore. That point an air-to-ground rocket pod is probably a better air-to-air weapon, at least it spans an area. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Look, on public PvP servers, and even closed group servers, especially some of the fucking PvE groups, you hear some shit from guys that fly aggressive missions for them. But like on public servers, you're going to see the full spectrum, and I mean spectrum, of DCS skill. But every now and then you get some real puppy masterpiece theater happening. It's really something to behold. I mean, you guys know how often I fuck things up. Like, I'll forget to set something, or I'll just forget what to do because I haven't flown an aircraft for a long time, or I'll just I'll fly into the ground because I wasn't paying attention, or I'm bad, whatever. But, like, you expect a certain amount of fucking up from people, even if they know what they're doing. But some of the shit I've seen... Like, an F-15 who lost a dogfight to my MiG-21, again on Blue Flag 80s, while I was being shot at by SAMs, by the way, because he got into a 150-knot radius fight with me. While fully loaded, he still had bags on. What the fuck? Davey, those of you who are DCS regulars will know Davey. He's like Lord God King of MiG-21, well, Lord God King of anything he flies, really. Davey sent me a TACU a while ago, like a year or two ago maybe. Again, from Blue Flag 80s, of an F-16 trying to fight his MiG-21 in a rate fight at Mach 1.2. This guy had to go back home and refuel and then come back out to resume the fight because he chewed through all his fuel doing this stupid shit. And he still couldn't fucking effectively shoot Davey down. It was just insane. Like, at that point... I don't know, man. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to gatekeep too hard or anything, but, like, at that point, why are you still trying? Like... Clearly it's not working. Maybe you should attempt a different approach, or maybe you should just accept that DCS isn't really the game for you. It's funny, because I've got a lot of friends who, like, I've been trying to persuade them to come play PvP servers with me for years, and they just never get around to it, because they're, like, they get really anxious. They're worried that they'll fuck up, like they'll team kill someone, or they'll miss nav, or they'll waste missiles, or they'll waste an airframe, or whatever. So they just don't play PvP, like... Or they only play on, like, GS, where it's so low stakes that nobody cares. It's like, my guy, you're already better than probably 90-something% of the player base. You actively want to learn. You are the exact kind of person that should be playing PvP. Like, you're never going to... As long as you have a good attitude and want to learn, you're never going to be the worst fucking person on a PvP server. There will always be someone who's worse at the game than you and has a worse attitude than you. Hey, Zach. Good to see you, man. Yes, the Viggen Master. Such a master that I fucked up my last attack run on this target. I think I had my cartridge set up wrong. So I got no target symbology for the bombs, and I had to fucking do it blind. We almost hit. So there's that, I suppose, but... What we're going to do is we're going to actually overfly the target, because we can get away with it. There's not really any anti-aircraft to worry about here. And we're going to loop back from the other end of the valley because I get a way clearer approach angle. So that's our target there, the base of that tower. So we're going to continue past it. And follow that road straight down that clearing. We should have the correct QFE set. If this thing doesn't work again, I'm going to crack the shits. It should be set up right. It's in the correct master mode. We got our bomb plan selected. We've given it our QFE. It's not because I've got this switch wrong, am I? I think it's switched right. I don't know what the fuck I did, man. Jet's not happy with me. Everything's set up as it should be, as far as I know. I got no warning lamps, not even for the nav system, which is, like, usually that's not too big of a deal. It just means it's going to be off by a couple dozen meters. Oh, and we want to put it back on our mission waypoint, because it probably will throw the fucking shits at us if we don't have it selected. Can we please work now? Oh, why are you not giving me symbology? Why do you do this to me? Alright, you know what? We're just gonna do it blind again. Slightly long. We might have to come... We got something at least. We might have to come back with the rockets. I don't know why it's doing this to me. I've clearly fucked something up. I just don't know what. The only thing I can think of is maybe it doesn't like being in a valley. Like that's a pretty tight approach, right? Maybe it doesn't like it, but it should be fine. Because our QFE at target should be 1004. M3. Oh, I didn't reset it when I changed cartridges. That's why. 978. That's why. So the first time round it was because I didn't refresh the cartridge properly, so that was my bad. This time it's because when I did refresh the cartridge, I didn't think to check if the fucking QFE had changed at the target. So 973. No, 978. Alright, we'll come back with another load of bombs and this should do it. If we don't get it this run, I'm going to commit Sudoku. Su-25. We good on fuel. Don't mind if I do. We've only got the one moral support sidewinder, but if you don't get it next time, bring 4 maps. No, I'd bring the ARACs. The ARACs will take care of that target fucking easy. That's a really good target for an ARAC, actually. 117. It's to my east. Okay. It's only a 9B, and it's only one 9B, so this is going to be pretty Hail Mary, and if he sees it, he's going to flare it off, but we'll try. We'll go for the bonus. Now, the other thing is, do they own Sanaki? No, they don't. Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about Sam's. 113. 27 Ks. He's quite low, flanking right. There he is. Spotted the smoke from what he just hit, and then we spotted him. Now flanking left. You can see his smoke trail as well, as long as he stays flanking. Or turns away to give me a stern shot. We should have him pretty easy. If he turns into me, we're going to be in trouble, because he will beat me in a turn fight easily. I can turn tighter once, and after that it's his fight. 090, so he's bearing left a little. 50 flank left. I lost sight of him. We might need to kind of box around. Oh, he's hot. Fuck that. We're gonna dip out and recommit once he loses interest. He might even not be going for me, he might just be going for a recommit on his target, but I don't want to chance it. He's doing the same thing as me, he's hitting the logistics targets. We don't have any countermeasures pods on, so we're just going to fucking floor it and hope we can outrun anything he shoots at us. Okay, no, he's turned cold. Rightio, 338. Hey Saber, good to see you, man. Hope you've been well, hope work's been good. Where is he? I got distracted by a bit of dust on my screen. He's hitting stuff over there. 336, and he's hot again. I don't know if he has R60Ms in this scenario. Fuck is this guy? It's 7-8. Oh, 1.5 Ks. He's not as low as I thought. That might be why I couldn't see him. $177 for 6. Hot. I should really not be doing this. This is really silly. I'm gonna get shot down. Bro, I cannot see this guy. I had him, like, I could see him when I was pretty far out, but as soon as I got up close, same problem as always, he just vanished. I can just recommit a few times like this, but I gotta keep an eye on my fuel, and I don't want to give him too many chances to get a shot off at me. And he, yeah, he knows I'm here. He's in hot. .6. He's not low to the ground, so why am I having so much trouble seeing him? He's higher than I am. 279, 5.9. He's up there somewhere. Oh, he's probably in the sun. We do have Sanaki as a divert option if I do get myself low on fuel. So there's that at least. He might come bomb me if I land there though. Oh, bit of stutter. 182 for 10. He's climbing. He's fucking climbing. He should not be this hard to see. Should be like over there somewhere. .138. Bro, how's my situational awareness this fucking bad? The only thing I can think of is he's hiding in a cloud, maybe, but I should have seen him when he's below them. 012. He's still high. What the fuck? He should be more or less in front of me, slightly above, or maybe co-out now. But where? Where the fuck is this guy? .269, 8.3. Brother in Christ, where is he? This is fucking embarrassing, man. Okay, he'll be below me now. I climbed a bit too much. I'm absolutely going to get shot down by a Su-25 here. I should really not be doing this. There you are. Fucking finally, you shit. Oh, he's really aggressively pointing his nose at me too.
Anyone coming in for a landing in Sanaki?
No, but there's a Su-25 hanging around slightly north of it, so heads up. Is he cold? Yes, he is. Okay, now we get him. Oh, no we don't.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last?
There's a Su-25 close to the north of Sanaki, so watch out for him. I'm engaged with him right now, though. Yeah, he knows I'm here, so I'm not going to have a very easy shot. Is he ballsy enough to actually try and kill me? I don't think he is. Most Su-25s on the Ligmas are quite passive, or even if they are aggressive, they're bad. So if he's not a very experienced Su-25 driver, I should still be able to get him. If he was an experienced 225 driver, I'd already be dead. Like, he would have no trouble killing me if he actually knew what he was doing. He is denying these shots here, so that's something. If I had a gun pod, I could get him, but I don't have a gun pod. I don't carry it. It's too draggy, and it's kind of hard to aim. Aim slightly below where you expect it to. We're too close for a 9B to make a really effective shot. We're getting low on fuel, so we're going to have to just hope he extends out. Yeet the 9B to scare him away, and then we'll go land at Sanaki, because I just don't have the fuel to maintain this. I think he's smart enough not to extend at this point. He's also dragging towards the sun, which is not helping my missile at all. Yeah, I can't maintain this. I need to get out of it. If I had the later missiles like a 9J, that'd be fucking easy. But we don't. We gotta make do. And now we hope he doesn't shoot at me, because I've got no countermeasures. And I don't have enough fuel to really keep turning. Oh yeah, he's chasing me. We should be able to outrun anything he shoots at us at the moment, but he might get me while I'm on landing approach, because I now have left myself no option except to land into Sanaki, which is right there. I think. Was it that hill? I think it's this one. Sanaki's a little hard to spot from low altitude. I think it's this hill or the next one.
Country Viggens make do.
Hey, Cotty. Nice to resub. Oh yeah, he's still hot on me. Okay. There's Sanaki, so we're one hill too far to the west. We're very low on fuel as well. Hopefully we have some SAMs up at Sanaki to cover me while I'm setting down, but I doubt it. Yeah, see, now he's angry. Now he actually does want to kill me. I really fucked that one up. I'm dead. Oh, okay. I'm not dead. But I am about to be out of fuel. There's the runway. Okay. I think we're clear. I hope. There goes... No, we still got engine. We're just basically on fumes at this point, so I can't rely on having any thrust if I need to go around. We're going to pull the air brake because we're way fast. No SAMs, but they're stingers. Okay. Well, there might be stingers at the airfield at least. That'd be something. It'd be enough. Slightly crab it in. You don't really want to crab land the viggen, because especially if you've got the thrust reverser going, it's a good way to die. But I don't have much other choice here. We're gonna have to actually... Oh, this is... No, this is not gonna go well. But I don't have the fuel to go around. Fuck it! We're gonna have to hope we have enough fuel for a quick go around. That was such a fucked up approach. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to do a Harrison Ford. There goes the engine. I probably should have held the gear up for a touch longer. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make this. We're not. We're just short. I should have held the gear slightly longer. Oh, the fucking airframe's fine, but, you know, whatever. How not to land a viggen. It'd be really funny if somebody spawned in and it crashed into them. If you hadn't, yeah, if I hadn't tried to make that, I could have... See, I should have thought about that. I should have realized Sanaki's got this nice, wide, long taxiway. The viggen will easily land on that, so I should have kept the air brake in, kept the gear in, and then used my remaining airspeed to loop back in. I would have made that with room to spare. That's why we plan ahead, rather than trying to figure it out as we go. At least now we know our cartridge won't be fucked up. So, we're going to set up the same deal as last time, and hopefully this run will actually work, and I won't make a complete shit pile of it on stream again. Select that. We'll replace the inboard with a single sidewinder for moral support.
Request rearming. Copy.
I'm kind of annoyed at myself that I didn't realize that I had a tail aspect, like, behind and below cold shot on that Su-25 until he'd already noticed me and started flaring, because I could have actually killed him there if I'd realized he was flying away from me. But it is what it is. Okay.
Rearming complete.
What was our QFE? And it was like 978, I think. $978. Cool. On plan, interval set, tact 580 to turn off the turnav, and we should be good to go. See my message about my trip? I don't think I did. Oh, I see it, yeah. Planning a trip to Washington, D.C. in February, going to visit the Air and Space Smithsonian. Nice. Well, hope it goes well. Hope you have a good time. I was hoping I could go up to Cairns, the Armour and Artillery Museum, at the same time Harry did, but Harry already went up without me. But he's going to go back probably around August when they do Oz Armour Fest, so I reckon I'll go up for that. It probably works out better for me anyway, because it's going to be hot as shit up in Cairns at the moment, and at least in August it should be a little more tolerable. And also I'll have some paid leave time built up from work. Okay, seat armed. All my computers and switches set. Hopefully this time we don't fuck up. Teams don't look too bad. Once we hit this, we might head up north again, because I think probably the bulk of both teams are up north still. We might see if we can fuck with some of their runways, maybe. Tick executed. I hope the server's not going to fucking restart on me. Hasn't been up that long, surely. Yeah, looks like they're mostly up north. I think the server is restarting. Of course. Well, I guess we'll go back up north and we'll hit some runways or something. That's annoying. But at least we figured out why I fucked up the last couple of runs. You can also see how once you take away the 6 missiles from the viggen, because it should only get a maximum of 2 air-to-air missiles for this era, and usually it'll only be carrying 1, if any. Once you take away that, and you take away its previous absolutely kooky flight model, and its damage model issues, suddenly it's not actually a very good fighter. In fact, suddenly it's kind of mostly kind of able to do self-defense, and that's about it. So at least we don't have to worry about people airquaking the shit out of everyone with viggens anymore. Or if they are doing it, they're going to be wasting airframes because they won't be doing it very well. I had a good laugh yesterday when I found a video of a Panther running on original engine. I'm surprised they'd run it on the original engine. Like, you'd think that they'd want to preserve the original engine by not running it on it as much as possible. Sounds like it's about to die just going forward. Yeah, I bet it would. I bet it would. Still very strong on Syria with... Yeah, well, it shouldn't have 6 missiles. Like, that's the thing. If... And I've said this to him directly. If Ligma was more based, he would stop them being able to use any AJS loadouts, and they'd only be able to use AJ loadouts. 2 MAVs maximum, 2 air-to-air missiles on the inboards, not the outboards, so you have to sacrifice air-to-ground to carry them. Like, actual AJ loadouts. If people had to use the proper loadouts for a Cold War Viggen, they would probably not fly it. Well, okay. The people who would fly it would be the people who should be flying it, the people that actually know what they're doing. And they should, you know, they'd probably be using it in its actual intended role instead of as a scuffed fucking missile bus. Oh, I saw a video the other day. I skipped through most of it because it's just like really over the top fucking influencer bullshit. But it's a guy with a fucking chieftain in the US, and he was like revving the living. He remote controlled it. He set it up to drive by remote control, and he was revving the piss out of it. I'm just sitting there like, oh, that is not how you treat an L60. Oh, baby, that's gotta hurt. And sure enough, by the end of the video, he'd killed it. And he couldn't work out why it was dead. He even said, oh, it wouldn't reverse. So I put it in reverse and fucking revved it all the way for like 5 minutes. Like, you did what? To an L60? You did what? Like, no wonder it's fucking dead. Jesus Christ. Shtick is literally destroying nice things to get views, yeah. Aren't you you glad we live in a society where people can just, like, get rich off trashing perfectly good things? I'm so glad. Think of all the fucking hours and all the money and all the time and all the natural resources and all the fucking pollution that went into building that tank. And anything else that was destroyed in the course of that video. For fucking views on YouTube, man. Fuck that.
Rearming complete.
Like, I know some people have a policy of, oh, I'm gonna respect the hustle. I'm not, like, fuck that, I'm not. Like, that's fucking absurd. Absolutely obscene. Who owns what? That's red. That's red. They fly from both of those. Interesting. Do they even mix oil into the fuel? Probably not. Where are they actually flying from? They might not be using those. Kraz Central? Question mark? It doesn't make a distinction between Kraz Pash and Kraz Central. I think they spawn at Kraz Pash on this server. They have Kraz Central, but I don't think they spawn there. So we'll go for Kraz Pash. This is going to end terribly, but it'll be funny. Oh. I think I have an idea. B1. Okay, B2. We're about to find out how effective these stingers are. They are all aspects, so I'm probably going to get clapped in the face, but... Oh boy, you thought we were going for the runway? You thought wrong. There we go. We're intentionally doglegging it out so they won't suspect, and also to give us a bit of a better lineup on the way in. Right. Gotta remember to clear out my data cartridge cache, because if you let that get too full, it crashes the game when you load up in the viggen. I found that one out the hard way. Crank up the spacing on these a touch. Probably, yeah, 25. I don't think... actually, no, 20. So default's 15, we'll go 20. We don't want to go too much past the default, because we are trying to create a parking spots, not a runway. So we don't want to get too carried away. Okay, lights are on, that's in. Go ahead and put that back on. Did we reference this? I don't remember. Don't think so. We'll re-ref it. Okay, that's loaded. TACT 580. Loaded in, and we should be good to go. Where's the shortest taxi route? Right. Hey Marduk.
Stream times man.
I know.
Smiley face.
Well, I can't stream at my usual time during the week because I'm actually asleep getting ready for work. And I don't usually have the energy to stream earlier in the mornings on my days off. Today's a day off. So I'm probably going to be doing more like afternoon and evening streams for a while. Maybe once I move closer to work, I can start streaming in the morning again. And playing Arma again, because I kind of miss that quite a lot. But for now, especially when I'm settling into the job, I can't really afford to do that. You haven't missed too much, just me being blitheringly incompetent. Multiplayer. I almost never play single-player DCS. We're on Enigma's Cold War server. I very rarely play co-op, and I pretty much never play single-player. What work are you doing now? I work in the public service, doing, like, IT-related stuff. Yeah, basically, like, the hand of God reached down and plucked me up from being a random shit kicker. So I need to probably try not to fuck this up. UF4 on your radar, you trying not to keep your hopes up? I'm pretty keen for it. I'm just hoping it doesn't sacrifice too much in the name of marketing. Like, it's going to introduce some cool features, but I care a lot more about the modeling of the aircraft and its systems being correct than being able to, like, change the color of my pilot's underwear in-game. I kind of, like, don't give a shit about stuff like that. I'm hoping it also doesn't end up like the Tomcat, where we're told it's going to have all these features, and then when it actually releases, it has like 2 pullable circuit breakers, and the rest are just for visuals only. Because that's a thing, right? Like, to do any of the emergency checklists in the F-14 and some of the normal checklists, you need to be able to pull breakers, or the Rio needs to be able to pull breakers. That's not modeled. They just never got round to it, because they were too busy putting in all the really sexy stuff that gets all the Kumas to cough up their hard-earned cash. But, from what I've seen so far, particularly the radar, I'm really excited for. I really like janky piece of shit radars, and it looks kind of like it's basically going to be just a bigger, more powerful version of what the F5 has, and I really like working with the F5's radar, so fingers crossed. Wizard dating sim, yeah, probably. Kind of wish I didn't crank the gain on the radar so much, because I don't know where the neutral point is on it now. That should do. Actually, we'll turn it down a touch more. Right about there. I will say that being able to tell the Wizard to stop whining about Yeah, you know what? Or they could have just not made him whine about it in the first place. Because, I don't know about you, Cotty, but especially if I'm in a multiplayer server, I do not have the time to be micromanaging Jester by telling him to shut the fuck up through a radial dialogue menu. I don't care. I really don't care. I don't like having to talk to him through the radial menu as it is in the F-14, because I need to focus on flying. I get that it's a necessary evil, but I really don't want the fucking dating sim stuff to... Like, I get it, some people find that cool, and in single-player missions with slower pacing, or like, whatever, sure, but... If it makes sense, I don't want them spending dev time on that when they could be spending it on the actual jet. Like, it's just, that feature doesn't actually add anything except fluff, and it's not even fluff that's going to be useful to me, as someone that mostly plays multiplayer and really doesn't give a shit about telling Jester, like, to stop whining. I'd just rather him not whine in the first place. You know, everyone talks about how Jester's like the high watermark for an AI crewman in DCS. No, Petrovich is. Because Petrovich doesn't fucking moan and complain. Petrovich does what you ask him to. When you ask him to do it, he doesn't fucking argue. He's competent at his job. If you tell him to do something, he will do it competently. And he's like, you know, he's been tuned a bit back and forth to get it to feel more right, but he's not dramatically better or worse than a player in the front seat. Petro's a really good crew member. I like that with Jester they've tried to make him seem less like a mindless machine and more like another person in the aircraft. I like that, but I think there's a way, like, I think there's a point at which that's overcooked, and really that effort should go into simulating the aircraft more. And you, like, really, truly should at least have an option to not have to argue with the fucking backseater, if you're going to include that kind of thing at all. Remember how they said there was going to be a feature where you could make Jester take his job a bit more seriously and he wouldn't crack as many Reddit jokes? What happened to that? Like, I don't mind some humor, but not Reddit humor, and not every 30 seconds while I'm in the middle of a dogfight. But it shouldn't matter, because I'm probably going to be flying as the Wizzo more often in the Phantom than the pilot, because I just really want to play with that radar. And when I'm flying the front seat, I'll probably just get a friend to hop in the back. Petrovich is much better at tracking moving targets than a player. No. Like, maybe an average to bad player, but a competent player, he's about the same, maybe even slightly worse. Like, I've had very competent hind players in my front seat, and they will track targets Petro would miss. And I've seen multiple cases of human players in the front seat getting air-to-air kills with Sturms against, like, A-10s and stuff. The biggest difference is how quickly Petro can acquire a target that you tell him to, like, to engage. Like, if it's not directly in front of the aircraft, especially before the most recent update to him, you could tell him, oh, look over here, and he would immediately go, oh yeah, there's like this, and this. Whereas you'd be squinting to tell, like, oh shit, he can actually see a target there. I didn't even know that was there. I just told him to look in that direction. But the most recent update resolved that anyway, so now he actually takes time to spot stuff, and sometimes he just won't spot things. So, I think he's pretty reasonable. Maybe here and there he'll make a shot a player wouldn't, maybe here or there he'll see something a player wouldn't, but it's balanced out by all the times where he should hit something or see something and he doesn't. I don't think that there's any advantage to having Petro in the front seat. I really don't. In fact, I think if anything there's a slight disadvantage, because with a human player in the front, they can they can give you more information. Like, instead of just incoming gunfire at whatever clock angle, they can tell you, this specific unit is shooting this specific type of weapon at us. It's over here, below this tree. You know, if we fly this way, it won't see us anymore. When I fly front seat in the hind, anytime I'm not actively engaging a target, I'm looking around constantly for threats, and just basically telling the pilot everything I see. When I have flown with a front seater, usually it's a pretty experienced front seater, and he will be telling me, like, you know, re-attack from this angle instead, or turn this direction, we've got a better covered approach. Like, he'll be giving me advice as I fly, so I can focus on flying. Which is something that Petro can't do, and probably would never be able to do. Okay, switchology check. Bomb plan. Interval set to 20. Nav master. We're about... Oh shit, okay. Someone forgot to turn their fucking early warning radar alerts on and just got bounced. I am not having a good run of things today. I understand why they don't have Overlord anymore, but I really miss having actual audio warnings and being able to tell it to give me a tripwire at a specific distance, because the text-based, like, either I forget to set it to update me, or I can't, like, I'm too busy to read it. I can't look away because I'm busy flying. I really, really miss having an actual voice thing that I can talk to and tell it what to do. I don't have voice attack, so I can't do that through the text menu.
Copy.
So I get why they're not using it anymore. Totally makes sense. It's just, I miss it because it was a really good feature. And I feel like not having it has made my time in the server significantly less enjoyable. That's what we want to do. Right. Well, I guess we're going to start up again. You know what I didn't do? I didn't check the QFE of the target. That would have fucked me over last sortie. So we're going to try and remember to do that this time. So that we don't have to try and make a second pass on an airfield. Which is absolutely suicidal. Okay. CK hasn't warmed up yet. We'll give it a minute. It's a reason for dropping it. It's now unsupported because Roroni was the only one maintaining it. The guy that made it was the only one maintaining it, and once he sunset support, there was nobody left to take over. So that was one reason. The other reason being that it's really expensive to actually run it on a server that's this busy. And so by switching to the text-based system, they're saving on, I think, a bit on performance. They're saving a lot on actual expenses, and they're avoiding the issue of potential game-breaking conflicts as DCS updates, but the bot doesn't. Fix the GCI. What's wrong with the TAC commander screen after 2.9? We're trying to do 580. Do not start me, Cotty. Do not start me. Please. Radar contacts don't stay and blip in and out in milliseconds. They should. They should. That's good. That's really good. I hope that stays. Unless it's like a clear bug, that's how it should be. You should not have... Yeah, that's exactly how it should be. Thank fucking Christ. You should not be able to see stuff through terrain, like not even friendlies. This is something that's always pissed me off in servers with GCI slots, is even if there's a line of sight restriction so that you can't see enemy aircraft hugging valleys, you can still see your own aircraft hugging valleys by some arcane magic that just disobeys the laws of physics and, you know, travels through terrain. It's good. It's really good. You shouldn't be able to see stuff that's low to the ground on either team. You shouldn't have a constant, you know, up to the millisecond image of where an aircraft is. Oh, you shouldn't be able to see either. You should not be able to see either at low altitude. friendly or enemy. And you shouldn't have a constantly updated image of where someone is right now. You should have maybe an update every half second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, maybe 10 even. Like, that's why merge calls exist. In real life, the radar doesn't have the actual resolution in terms of what it can see, let alone what the screen can display. And it doesn't have the immediacy of returns, like it's got that delay between sweeps. You can't tell when people, you can't micromanage a dogfight. You just see the two blips fly into each other and then they become a single blip. Like, that's a merge call. But in DCS, that basically never existed as a practical thing with human GCIs, because they could see, not only could they see, like, in real time what's happening down to sub-meter resolution, but they could see when people were launching missiles. They could see when pilots were, like, it's ridiculous. They had gamer vision, and anything that gets rid of gamer vision is good in my book. I want all of that gone. Yeah, pretty much all games do it. So lot ATC, when you integrate it with DCS, actually gives you a more realistic situation where you don't have that that kind of immediacy and insanely fine resolution. There's an add-on for IL-2 Great Battles that is similar. It gives you quite scant information with quite a slow update rate, just like an actual World War II era radar. But yeah, like, those are external things that integrate with the game, and most people aren't using those. They tried a lot of ATC integration on this server, but it was causing massive performance issues, so we're just stuck with whatever DCS has by default. And what DCS has by default is gamer vision. Yeah, like, if it ghosted, that would be... I think I can see where you're coming from on that. Like, if it left a ghost that fades out, rather than just flashing in and out as it scans, that would be better. But as long as it's not giving you a constant real-time in-the-moment update, like, that really needs to go away. That shouldn't happen. There's quite a lot of red air airborne at the moment, so we're probably going to get intercepted again. I will say, though, the problem is, if you have realistic situational awareness, then everyone flies in the weeds, which is dumb for multiple reasons, but that's what they'll do. If you have unrealistic situational awareness, then everyone flies in the weeds anyway, because they can, like, they know where everyone is regardless. Like, it's just, it's dumb. The problem is more the player base than anything else, to be honest. But that's true of almost all of DCS's kind of gameplay issues. People say they want realism, and they're playing a super realistic flight sim until the point the realism inconveniences them and makes them feel less like Cool Guy Maverick from Top Gun, at which point they suddenly want to play War Thunder. Already got somebody vectoring onto me. Do they have an actual human GCI? They do not. Interesting. We'll see if he stays vectored onto me, because I am not getting any RWR signals right now, so logically they should not even see me. This is one of the few aircraft where you do want to be flying this low all the time. Oh, fuck. Target QFE. Big brain. M3 1009, so we're actually pretty close. We only go up one. Having my radar off would not make the blindest bit of difference. Their radar warning receivers, probably most of them have them turned off anyway because they think it's an annoying noise generator. Their radar warning receivers do not give information anywhere near good enough to let them know I'm here, let alone where I am. And none of them probably are anywhere where they pick up my radar to begin with. The whole thing of turning your radar off so somebody doesn't see you on their RWR, that is that's something you do in an actual real-life stealth plane. That's not something you ever do in a fighter aircraft or, like, with the air-to-ground radar on a strike aircraft. You never ever turn it off. Ever. Like, if you're in a fighter, you leave it on so you can figure out, A, if you're going to be bumped by somebody else, or B, so you don't crash into something. And if you're in an air-to-ground aircraft, you're usually using it to navigate, or to see if there's, like, a mountain coming up in front of you. Like, the whole thing DCS players have of, oh, I'm going to turn my radar off and be super sneaky, that basically isn't real. There are limited use cases where it happens. There are also cases where it happens for reasons other than stealth, like leaving the radar turned off because, you know, particularly Soviet radars early on had very limited supplies of cooling fluid, so you didn't want to cook the radar, so you'd leave it in standby or turned off until you actually needed it to engage. That's not for stealth. That's nothing to do with stealth. That's so you don't run the coolant tower. Uh, 21 up pretty high. I feel like I'm being intercepted. Which is interesting because, according to my RWR, nothing sees me. And like I said, I would not be drawing them to me based on their RWR because it doesn't pick up, like, it's not that sensitive. But yep, I'm being bounced. Interesting, and they know where I am. Cool. Once I get within 10 kilometers or 10 miles, I think it's 10 miles, it doesn't matter if you're masked in terrain or not, they will get a call out for you. But the fact that they knew where to come to get that is kind of makes me scratch my head a bit. I'm probably going to die here, because even if I jettison my bombs and my fuel tank, this thing's not a very effective dogfighter, and a 21 will eat me up. Unless they're the world's worst 21 pilot, which this one probably isn't. He's already behind me. And I think that jettisoned our missile too. Yes, it did. Great, so we can't even use the jettison button without dropping our missile. Yeah, it's who I thought it was. There's pretty much zero chance I'll get out of this in one piece. I don't see him, which usually means he's sitting right behind me. I've got no airspeed because I blew it all trying to get him to overshoot, which probably was a mistake. He's going to go for the guns. Interesting. Got no countermeasures on board, so if he shoots a missile, I am toast. And now there's another two coming for me. Yeah, there we go. So, I have my suspicions about what happened there. Because I was, like, down here in the mountains, terrain masked. He did fly pretty much directly over me, but it's interesting he flew directly over me in the first place, because there's nothing down here for them to actually go do. I almost wonder if I should go back down to the south and hit stuff. It's kind of not worth flying up north if that's going to keep happening. I don't think there's anyone flying from down south, so if I do that again, there's no point hitting, hitting airfields. We'll go for logistical targets like we were before. Where's the FARPs? Is anyone flying from Sanaki? Well, no, that'd be ours, wouldn't it? Sakumi, I mean. Yeah, they got nobody flying down south at all, looks like. Which means it's less fun, because there's nobody to actually, like, fight. And bombing airfields is pointless, but it also means I'm not going to be constantly intercepted. If I had a wingman, it might still be viable to go for the air base, because he could at least cover my tail, but we don't, because nobody on this server talks to each other, apparently. We might try one more sortie. We'll just we'll see if we can confirm a theory here. Not BK90s. Not that we have any.
Request rearming. Copy.
So, lesson learnt. Don't hit the store jettison switch, because it will dump my singular moral support missile as well as my bombs.
Rearming complete.
We're going to change our waypoints up as well. We're going to take a slightly wider berth around the front line. We'll see if this makes any difference. But I somehow suspect it won't. Okay. Yeah. Or being able to discriminate which pylons you want to get rid of. Like the MiG-21 at least has inner and outer buttons. Having some sort of select jettison capability is nice, but the viggen doesn't seem to. And I think it only retains the wingtip pylons when you hit the jettison button, which is pointless in the AJ because the AJ doesn't carry anything on the wingtips. Whereas the AJS, at least, it means your tip winders don't fall off. Okay, 1009, that's set, that's set. That should all be happy. I think we're good. Hey, Turtle. Good to see you. Teams are about even. We haven't successfully hit fucking anything since the last server restart, which is not ideal. But if I actually, like, if I wanted to contribute, how do I put it? If I wanted to actually, like, push the front line, I guess, I would just fuck off to the southern end of the map and hit logistics targets or parts of the front line and, like, not give a shit, because there's nobody flying down there, and I probably wouldn't be intercepted, unless that same MiG-21 mysteriously popped up down there as well. But I kind of don't feel like doing that, because I already did that. So we'll see if we can get away with at least one airfield strike here, and then maybe we'll go and do some fucking relaxing Care Bear bombing in the south, where we don't have to worry about fucking anybody trying to kill us. Again, if I had a wingman, this wouldn't be an issue, but nobody in this server talks to each other anymore. Even Blue, they used to, like, for the past probably 6 months when I've been on here, Blue have at least been on comms, but it's fucking ghost town at the moment. Gonna be real, it kind of sucks when you get on a server and it's got a bunch of players on it and nobody's fucking talking. Like, it just... It's half a step above single player. At least they're not as predictable as the AI, but, like, you may as well play with the AI, because at least they'll communicate with you. So the way that the text DWR is set up in this server is that it has line of sight, so if you're hugging terrain or behind a mountain, or if you're, you know, below the radar horizon, it shouldn't see you until they're within 10 miles, at which point it doesn't matter whether you've got line of sight or not. It'll report all contacts within 10 miles regardless of anything else. But beyond that, like, if I'm in a valley and I have nothing coming up on my RWR, it should logically mean that nobody sees me. But that remains to be seen. So we're going to kick it a little further to the southeast, which should hopefully put a bit more terrain between us and their well, it's not even ground-based EWR, I think it's AWACS. And should also hopefully give us a little more time to set up our attack run. Once we turn in for the attack run, that's when we're going to be exposing ourselves a little, but ideally they won't be in a position where they can just turn and engage me. They'll be off doing stuff elsewhere, chasing other people. Yeah, I think I found it in one of Shafi's videos. I was like, oh, I like this one. Add it to the playlist. Only thing I can think of is maybe the EWR/AWACS is not in the frequency band that the RWR detects, which I doubt is the case, because I think when Heatblur updated it to use Micey's mod, they used the version that tells you like something's looking at you regardless whether it's realistic or not. Because I was using the original one that didn't tell you if you like it only told you what the viggen should actually see, and that now fails integrity, so I can't use it anymore, which is actually gives me less of a disadvantage in gameplay, but it's also kind of sad because it was a my immersion thing. But I don't know. Either these guys are like they could just be doing like a standing patrol, which would be smart, but like this is ECW, so I'm not expecting people to be doing smart shit without having to be told. I don't know. TAC view will reveal all, as usual. Probably doesn't help that I keep going for the same target, so once they get me once, they know what I'm doing. Got a nav system caution, so it might have drifted a little bit. It does, but like I said before, they're MiG-21s. It doesn't matter. The fucking SPO-10 is such a fucking piece of shit. It, like, all they will know is there is something with the radar in this general compass direction. Like, they won't even have a bearing, they won't know what type of radar, they won't know if it's air, ground, whatever. It could be a weather balloon with a fucking radio attached to it. Like, they don't have a good enough RWR for that to be a concern. And even if they did, like, I'm far enough from them and low enough and my radar's pointed ahead and down at the ground, it shouldn't matter. Because I don't think DCS models side lobes properly, if at all. Might pick up the pace a little going in zone 1. Because as soon as I clear these hills, then I will be very, very visible. And I don't want to be... I don't think it matters if I'm supersonic when I drop the bombs. I don't think that any stores, like, or... what's the word? I don't think any weapon release limitations are modeled, but I generally don't want to be supersonic when dropping bombs. Okay, one's on me. Or they're just turning towards me at least. So I might go zone 3 and then cut power a little as I run in. We're still a fair distance from where we want to be. Oh, one's just right over the top of me. Okay, so now they do know where I am. We'll just zone 3 it there. With bombs on, now that they fixed the flight model, they should actually be able to catch me just at low level. Though the close guy's cold. Close guy might be RTBing. I could probably actually... I don't want to, like, go after him and try shoot him down, because that will get me killed. But he's somewhere right in front of me, and he's relatively close. If I can make a shot without deviating from my attack, I might be tempted, but I think he's going to land. The other guy who was turned hot on me is turned off. He's also now a fair distance away, so we might be okay. The big concern now is Stingers and or AAA at the airbase. We're going to come out of burner. We are 20 kilometers from target. Okay, the close guy's turned hot. Now we're in trouble. He's, like, right behind me. Dropping out of burner there might have just sealed my fate. If he's got... well, he'll have R3Ss. They probably can reach out just enough to hit me at this altitude. We'd be in even more trouble if we had R13s, because they do reach out quite well at low alt. We're going to have to come in faster than I'd like for this drop, but we've got to do it. Okay. Oh, no, saw the missile go past. I don't think this is going to get us anywhere. We just keep getting intercepted over and over. What do we got? Gazelle, A10, Sabre, Skyhawk, A10. Yeah, we got no fighters. I mean, we got F-86s, but they're probably not actually doing anything useful. So there's not much point me flying up north, because I'm just going to get shot down over and over. Looks like everyone else has had the same idea. Actually, everyone else has gone south as well, so you know what? Fuck it. Can I not take a viggen from Sanaki? What? It's probably too close to the front line. Yeah, it must only be open to A10s and Skyhawks. Okay. So we'll have to go from... we could do Copoletti. I mean, we could go back to Batumi, but it's a bit far. Kutaisi is not a bad choice. Oh, Copoletti's not even spawnable. Okay, yeah, we'll go from Kutaisi. probably only do 1 or 2 sorties, because I'm getting a bit tired, and I think the server's probably going to restart again pretty soon. I think because of the issues that they've been having with performance on here with 2.9, I think they're restarting the server like twice as often or something, because it doesn't seem to stay up very long.
Copy.
What did I just press? Oh, that.
Rearming complete.
We need to set up some new waypoints. Do an overflight at Sanaki. And then we'll just go straight for this. I don't think I'll bother setting up a waypoint to align myself down the road because it's on a corner anyway. Engine didn't start? Hell, oh, right. I hit the wrong switch. Or did I? That's on, that's on. That's on, that's on. That's on automatic. Okay, yeah, it's starting now. I couldn't hear it. So, let's set that up. Sideways may be a thing, at least as far as the F-18 RWR goes. Lock and launch warnings for other targets happen outside angles where it doesn't. It might be modeled to a certain degree, but I don't think it's like super accurate. I get caught in the main lobe of stuff all the time. Like, that happens a lot. So, that happens in everything as well. You'll get, like, launch warnings from fucking Tomcats and shit while you're parked on the ground starting up. That's just main lobe, I think, because they're shooting at something that's between you and them. But I don't know about sides. If they are modeled, it's probably pretty fucking simplified. But that just brings us back to it shouldn't matter, because, like, they've got SPO10s, and most of them probably don't know how to use it, or just turn it off because it annoys them, so... your average DCS PvP player has not unlocked sufficient autism to be able to effectively use the SPO-10 to figure out where somebody is. Because you have to use it in conjunction with EWR/GCI reports and your own intuition about where people are and whatever information you have about what their team has, like what their team comp is. You need to be able to do a lot of stuff on the fly to use it. Why is it fucking going back to Imperial every time I reslot? What's our QFE? 1012. Well, we got a Su-25. Interesting. Might be the same guy that we fucking attempted to kill before and bit off way more than we could chew. Oh, there's a MiG-21 coming as well. What a surprise. They're both hot on me? Okay. This could get spicy. Those Stinger dudes, those are Stinger dudes. So we'll try and drag them back here. Oh, this is the fucking front line, I think. Jesus. Oh, and horrible stutters. Probably updating the front line position. Hopefully, they can get these performance issues fixed on this server. Like, I don't know if it's a misfiring script or what, but ever since 2.9 dropped, the server's been really struggling. This 21 really wants me. Bro, no way. I can actually see my fucking target on the radar already. That's kind of goofy, but whatever. I guess it is a radio antenna, so it's not as silly as it could be. That 21 is absolutely gonna fuck me up. Hey, we have symbology this time, because your boy actually set his shit up properly. We've got visual on the tower, we've got it pretty much bang on the fucking radar. Oh, you haven't missed much, Marduk. I've just been bitching and moaning. The usual. Yeah, I have a theory about that. The theory being that some people are a lot more sweaty than me. And while the script-based EWR is pretty good sometimes, I don't think it's quite that good. Not sure if this is the best approach angle, but we'll stick with it. I don't remember if these towers have like collision geometry for fucking guy wires, but I guess we're about to find out. It's already smoking. That was a power line. And that was a guy line next to it. Good effect on target. Finally, we do something useful. Okay, 098. For that Su-25, I don't want to circle back into him, so we're going to extend out. The 21's the bigger threat, because I can't run away from the 21, or I can run away from the 25. Yeah, high drags. Okay, 101, 16. We're going to do something silly and we're going to recommit. Because at this point, like, I kind of don't care. I just want to kill stuff. And we're close enough to Sanaki that we might be able to bait them back into stingers if they come up after us. Okay, 21's coming at us. 25's not. Oh, I'm too fast to turn. And I lost sight of him because of it. 278. 4.6, flank left. I just fucked up a really good opportunity there. Oh, there you are. Nice of you to cross my nose, but he's going to give me a bad angle for a missile here. Yeah, and now he's going to start dancing. I don't have gun pods, so I need a clean missile shot, which he's not going to give me. Probably. This is one of the 21s that knows what he's doing to some degree. Yeah, there goes the flares. Okay, now I need to dip, because I got nothing left to shoot at him. But I have no airspeed, so he's probably going to get behind me and shoot me in the back. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. I should have just blown past an RTB'd. We have got some distance on him at least. We might make it back to Sanaki and hopefully bait him into the stingers, because I'm like 90% sure I know who that is based on their livery and like how they're flying. And he is very easy to bait into Sam's, like, comically easy. He's even more recklessly aggressive than I am. The Su-25's right here as well. Shit, maybe it's time to start bringing the fucking pair of winders and a pair of gun pods. Kind of tempted, actually. We haven't done the air-to-air in the viggen for a while. Not dedicated, anyway. And I won't be caught dead carrying a fucking post-1993 loadout in a Cold War server, so it will be 2 missiles and 2 gun pods at most. Okay, maybe they realised I was dragging them. Why are the trees smoking? Good question. Something probably damaged either a unit next to them or... There we... Actually, I think some of the tree models in DCS do catch fire when they take damage, but I don't think the Corpus ones do. I think the, maybe the serial ones do. No missiles, only pods. The gun pods are really not that good. Like, if I wasn't already a little frustrated, I'd be tempted, but no, we're gonna try and actually kill stuff, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna take missiles. It is, but I'm probably not going to be streaming too much longer because it's getting a little bit late and I've got work tomorrow. I wasn't actually planning to stream for this long. Oh, please fly into the stingers, please. As the music bot stops. Don't tell me that fucking embedding's disabled on that. Bro! It's a critical part of the playlist. It's the fucking PVO song. What is the world coming to? What am I flying? The Viggen. It's going to be a really sketchy approach. As if any of my approaches today haven't been sketchy, but... to land without gear. I mean, I've done a couple landings without wings so far today. We're lucky we didn't do another one just then with that 21. That reminds me. Yeah, I did have the thrust reverser set up. I wasn't sure if I had. Looks like one of the A-10s had an incident. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about making textbook perfect landings. As long as the aircraft doesn't get damaged and I stop before the end of the runway, I'm happy. It's also not the easiest thing to control with the reverse thrust and the brakes at the same time if you don't have your feet in perfect synchronization, because one side will dig in before the other and you end up on your back. Where's the rest of the A-10? I have no idea. But there's bits and pieces of wings there. So I would imagine it's probably not this mortal coil that he's in. Which Viggen? AJS 37, but I'm pretending it's an AJ 37 by only taking the original AJ loadouts. Because the AJS is a post-Cold War upgrade, but we don't have an original AJ in DCS. Also, if I wanted to fly a fighter, I'd fly a better fighter than a Viggen. Sorry, not sorry. But this is a really good strike aircraft. It's kind of a waste of this thing. We'd be better off in an F5, but fuck it. I haven't flown a pure air-to-air sortie in it for a very long time, so we'll try it. I'm not going to bother resetting the computer. We'll just leave the waypoints it already has in it. It'll be fine. Might need the flares. If I need flares, it means I've already fucked up. And also, from memory, the AJ-37 couldn't carry a flare pod and a gun pod at the same time. The AJS can, but the AJ-37 couldn't, because the AJ-37 only had very limited memory on board the aircraft. It had like 28 kilobits. I think it was kilobits, not even kilobytes. It was like a microwave-sized fucking block of ferrite core memory, and that was all it held. And so it didn't have enough internal memory to have the navigation system, the HUD symbology, the flight data computer, and all the weapon loadouts at the same time. So they only had a couple of approved loadouts. Whereas the AJS, when they added the data cartridge, that thing has like another 8 megabytes of memory on it, so they could start adding more loadouts to it. I actually don't like carrying the gun pods on this thing at all, but if we're only carrying the 2 missiles, like an AJ, then I kind of need them, because they're crappy sidewinders as well, they're AIM-9Bs. so I can't actually trust them to hit what they're shot at. Never played DCS. So DCS is... How do I put this? It's much higher fidelity than, like, especially War Thunder, but even, like, other sort of more realistic simulators. DCS is, you know, most of the aircraft in the game, if you click something, it does what it does in the real plane. Like, you have to set up your actual navigation systems properly. You have to select your weapons properly. You have to, you know, do everything as close as possible to the way you do it in the real jet. It's not 100% of the way there, and in some limited ways, even War Thunder has a bit more realism. Like, the way some of War Thunder's missiles fly is a little more realistic to a degree. I think War Thunder clouds disrupt IR missiles seeker heads, which they don't in DCS yet, but the actual aircraft itself and all the systems are a lot more realistic here and a lot more detailed. Hey Francois, been a minute since I could catch you live. It's been a minute since I've been live, so it cancels out. But yeah, I've been going well. Hey Josh, cheers for the sub, man. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. We're kind of at the tail end of the stream, but we might get 1 or 2 more sorties in. We'll see how we go. I think that's the right setting for the gun pods. I haven't used them for so long. Can you go third person? Not in this server. War Thunder have any sandbox elements whatsoever? I think it has like some sort of custom fucking mission shit you can do, but I think I don't think it's built into the game. I think you have to actually mod the game to do it. I have no idea. I don't play War Thunder. I know there's like user-made shit for it, but I don't think it has an actual proper mission editor like DCS does. Ah, okay. That might explain a few things. I've had it set to the wrong thing for air-to-air guns every time I've used them then. Seen someone use S5s as primitive flares and it worked. I mean, there were variants of the S5. I don't know about flares, but I know there were S5 variants that had chaff in them. Same with S8s. Fuck, they had 23mm cannon shells that had chaff and flares in them. Oh, they're using it to trigger the proximity fuse. Ah, okay. Whoops, that's not what we want to do. I actually wonder if that would work in DCS as well. Because I've seen missiles proximity fuse on each other. It's not super common, but I have seen it. So I wonder if you could do that in DCS. Would I require rudder pedals to play this game? No, but depending what you fly, it might be highly recommended. Like, if you fly helicopters, you basically need pedals. If you fly World War II planes, you basically need pedals. If you fly modern stuff, you don't at all. If you fly Cold War jets like this, they're useful, but you don't really need them. Seen someone use the timer on an S24 for air-to-air. There were fucking proximity fuses that you could strap onto S24s. That was a thing that existed. No F14 split throttles? Yeah, you can do F14 split throttles if you have split throttles. But if you don't have rudder pedals, I wouldn't recommend trying to split the throttles, because the F14 does not like that. Like the Tomcat, you don't need rudder pedals to fly it, but it's strongly recommended, because as soon as you start throwing the nose around, it'll try and spin, and you need the pedals to counter that. true, the game's pay to play. If you want anything except a handful of free planes, most of which don't have really much that you can do in them, then yes. Like, you don't... This is a full-blown simulator, right? This isn't like War Thunder where they half-ass copy-paste the same fucking flight model 20 times and call it a different plane. Each one of these planes has as much development time put in it as like a normal game would have by itself. So you buy... The base game's free, and that comes with a low-fidelity plane, so it's kind of close to what you would have in War Thunder. It's a Su-25T. And then a full fidelity, which is like this, where everything's clickable and you have to actually know how to start the plane up and operate its systems. It has a full fidelity TF-51D, which is a training Mustang without guns. And then there's a mod, a free mod, which is the Skyhawk, which is really, really good. It's more or less full fidelity, so it's got clicky things in it. It's really, really good. But that's a mod, that's not default with the game. And then all the other aircraft, you buy them per aircraft. Some are cheaper than others. Some have more features than others, but like, you can still play in a server with those planes if you don't own them. It just means that you can't fly them personally. Oops. How much is the Viggen? I honestly don't remember. It's one of the older modules. So it still has some kind of ongoing issues where like it just hasn't kept up with the pace of the game's development, so like the way some of the weapons work is really outdated and kind of janky, but it's a lot of fun to fly. It's a really good strike aircraft. Flying this thing around at night or in bad weather down a valley, navigating with the radar, is absolutely awesome. There's an F-15C, but it's low fidelity. The full fidelity one's a F-15E. MiG-21 really wants a piece of me. And he's probably going to get it, because a MiG-21 will usually beat this thing in a dogfight now that it's finally had its flight model fucking corrected. The Viggen, that is. The 21's still got some issues. Hopefully we will get an F-111 at some point. I really want an F-111. Even though as mostly a Red 4 player it would be a fucking nightmare to deal with, I also would love to fly it myself. There is a J-11, but it's low fidelity. Same as the Su-27. There's a low fidelity MiG-29, but we will hopefully be getting a full fidelity one relatively soon. Su-30, there's a mod for it, but not official. There's very few modern Red 4 aircraft, and some modern Blue 4 aircraft. Hey Gato, good to see you, man. Cheers for the raid. Hope you've been keeping well. We're on the tail end of the stream here tonight, because I got work in the morning, but we've been mostly incompetently trying to strike stuff in the Viggen, and now this MiG-21's got a burner for me, so I'm going to see if I can pop him. Probably embarrass myself. There's a mod for the Gripen, but no official one. Like, the more modern you get, the less likely it is it's in the game, especially if it's not like an American aircraft. Yeah, he's already kind of got a good advantageous position here. Can't really keep up with him. Now, because I've got gun pods, I can actually do something to him if he starts trying to get slow in front of me, but the problem is, I don't want to kill my engine by getting too slow myself. And he's already basically behind me. Something else here as well, might be the Su-25. Compressor stall. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Oh, it was an F5, and he waited until I got shot down to do anything about it. Cool. Lovely. I don't know, I get hot and cold on this server. It seems like every time I play on here lately, it's just not been that fun. I'll probably just wait until like Robbo's playing and play with him or something and stream on it less. Tornado's coming. We've got a Tornado IDS on the way. And it's going to be really funny when all the people who think the Tornado is like God's gift to aircraft realize that it was such a good low-level strike platform because it can't turn to save its life. It has a wing loading like 3 times what any other fighter would have. No MiG-29 KR. The most modern MiG-29 we're going to get a full fidelity version of is probably like a 913. Maybe 913, probably a 912, so like early production batch. The low fidelity ones, we have a MiG-29S, which is basically a 913 with the R77 update. If you want like a wide variety of aircraft, War Thunder is where you go because they just copy-paste stuff and it doesn't really matter to anyone that plays it or any of the devs whether it's realistic or not, like they don't give a shit. DCS, you have a lot less aircraft, but they're a lot more in depth. So, like, you can list off aircraft and probably 10% or less of that list will be in the game, or even coming to the game, but they'll be in much higher detail when they do. I've also sucked. Well, I'm glad that I'm not going to be alone in my endeavors then. We can have the sucking at DCS support group going. MiG-23NK. Huh? What's a MiG-23NK? I'm very confused. Like, huh? There's a MiG-23ML coming. There's no such thing as a MiG-23N or a MiG-23K though. If you mean like a MiG-27K, probably never, unfortunately. MiG-23BN is a maybe, but in the distant future. Yeah, this is a head tracker, so it's got 3 infrared lights, 3 infrared LEDs, and there's another camera next to my webcam, and it uses trigonometry to figure out, based on where those are relative to each other, where I'm looking. So I just move the camera by moving my head. Yeah, MiG-23K was a program. It was a thing that existed, but it never actually left paper. It was a navalized version of the MiG-23. Would accept a Su-24 if I can't have a VARC. I would accept a Su-24 whether I can or can't have an F-111, but it's pretty unlikely we'll get a Su-24 either, so... We actually might get a 111, but I don't know when or by whom. Do you need it, or can you... So the camera does go on top of my monitor. Like, this is just the clip that... It uses this to tell where I'm looking. There's also, like, just a metal clip with reflectors on it that you can use, but I prefer this, because if I use the hat clip, my glasses would mess with it. Yeah, so, like, you need the camera and you need the clip. If you don't have the clip, then the camera doesn't know what the fuck to look at. And if you only have the clip, then, like, there's no point. There are... there is software that tracks your actual face, or like there's a separate thing, the Toby, which is like an eye tracker, and it tracks where your eyes are looking. I've heard mixed reports about both of those, but what I will say is, as someone who wears glasses, usually sits with a window behind me, and occasionally has like uncontrollable tics that make me twitch suddenly, I don't want to deal with anything that relies on tracking my face or my eyes because it's too unreliable. I need something that actually, like, it's tracking a light source. It knows what to look at. Now, I could just be overcautious here. Those systems might work really well. I don't know. I haven't tried them, but from my perspective, I would rather stick with something that I know works. And also, the other problem is if you have pets, or if you live with somebody else, and they happen to walk into the camera's field of view and you're using an eye tracker or a face tracker, it will fuck it up. Very, very common to see somebody's cat jump onto their desk and suddenly the eye tracker starts freaking out because it's trying to track what the cat's looking at instead. Problem with DCS is all the newbie-friendly planes fly from Flaming Cliffs, while all the others actually like learning to start up. It's not as hard as it sounds. I know that is easy for me to say because I've been playing DCS for so long, but it's genuinely not as scary as people make you think it is. Here's my pro tip. I give this tip to everyone who says that they want to play DCS, but I don't want to have to learn to start the plane up. Like it's too hard. It's too confusing. The usual advice people give is go play Flaming Cliffs, because then you don't need to learn where everything is in the cockpit. You don't need to learn what all the systems are. That's bad advice, because in Flaming Cliffs 3, you have to bind to like 24 things and remember what you bound them to. And even if you know what, even if you can see the switch in the cockpit and you know where it is and you know what it does, you can't click it. You can't click it. You have to remember what you bound it to. So that's actually a trap. Flaming Cliffs 3 is good to own, don't get me wrong. I would absolutely recommend Flaming Cliffs 3, but do not come into DCS and go straight to Flaming Cliffs 3 and think that it's somehow going to make it easier to learn to play the game. That is a massive trap. That is another piece of absolute dog shit advice that Reddit likes to give people all the time. Don't listen to them. Another piece of dog shit Reddit advice is buy the Hornet. So if you really, truly are obsessed with the F-18, and you don't care how hard it is or how many thousands of pages you have to read through to learn it, you'll do it. Buy the F-18. Who cares? If you don't have this massive boner for the F-18, don't buy the F-18 as your first plane. Buy the F-5 or the MiG-19 or the MiG-21 or something like that. Buy a simple early Cold War plane or a Warbird, any of the World War II planes, and learn to fly that instead. Any of the World War II planes you can learn to start up in like 10, 15 minutes tops. They're easy to start. They're easy. Like, the hardest thing with the World War II planes is actually flying them, because you have to coordinate with your rudder, and you've got to make sure they're trimmed, and you've got to not blow the engine up. But the actual startup procedure for the Warbirds is easy. There's no systems to babysit other than watching your temperatures and pressures, like you would in any plane or any car. But the earlier Cold War planes, like the Sabre, MiG-15, MiG-19, even through to the MiG-21 and F-5 and the Viggen, they're all pretty simple to learn. Even though, like, you might look at the MiG-21 and go, oh my god, there's like a bazillion switches in the cockpit, and it's all in Russian, I'm terrified. It's actually really easy to learn. You don't need to remember what they all do. It's useful if you do, but you don't need to. All you need to remember is basically everything on the right wall goes on, except for the things outlined in red. And then most of the things on the left wall you leave alone. Like, there's only a few switches you actually need to remember and that you actually need to use in flight. So the early Cold War planes are actually pretty simple to learn and quite easy to fly. If you jump straight into the modern fly-by-wire shit, first of all, it's going to overwhelm you because the systems are super complicated and hard to learn. There's going to be, like, the way that you do air combat in those aircraft is less about flying than it is about things like timelines and abstract geometry, which is going to mean nothing to you unless you already have some sort of experience that's relevant to it. So you're going to get smoked by, like, even comically outdated enemy planes because you don't know what you're doing. And they're also too easy to fly if they're fly-by-wire. So, like, the Hornet, the F-16, the Mirage 2000, they're all just really, really easy to fly. They basically fly themselves for you. You've got to really fuck up to crash one of those planes. And if you start flying those, and then you try to go back to any of the older Cold War planes, or especially the Warbirds, you're going to come unstuck really fast, and you're going to get really frustrated, and you're probably going to stop trying to learn the older stuff. So my advice has always been, come in and fly the older aircraft first. They're easier to learn. They're really simple. A lot of them map directly to the more modern ones. So when the MiG-23 comes out, if you can fly the MiG-21, you can fly the MiG-23. And if you can fly the MiG-21, you can fly a MiG-29. A lot of the switches and stuff are in the same place. The Soviets were actually intelligent with their ergonomics, counter to popular belief. If they didn't need to move something, they didn't move it at all. So a pilot converting from an older airframe would immediately know where everything is in the cockpit and know where to look. Anything that's emergency, it's near the throttle, so you don't need to move your hand very much. Like, ergonomics are a lot better in these aircraft in real life than they appear to be in DCS, which is a major kind of sticking point of mine. Or things like the F5. The F5 is incredibly easy to fly. Like, the F5 is basically a Toyota Camry with wings. You cannot go wrong with that plane, unless you pull too many G. But it's also kind of like a baby Hornet in a lot of ways. If you get good at the F5, you will fucking slap in the Hornet. So I strongly, strongly, strongly advise you to never go on Hogget, because it's a bad place full of people with garbage opinions. Ignore any advice you get from people that go on Hogget. Do not buy the Hornet as your first plane unless you have a massive fucking boner for the Hornet. Do not buy Flaming Cliffs 3 because it's some sort of easy mode to learn DCS, because it's not. Also, the other thing is with the Flaming Cliffs 3 stuff, in the F-15C or the MiG-29 or the Su-27 or whatever, yeah, you might have simpler systems, but you still have to deal with learning how to do beyond visual range combat, and if you don't have that skill set already, you're still going to get fucking smoked. So it really isn't easier. It's a complete trap. Almost like the US Air Force have pilots learn to fly the T-38. Almost! Almost! Isn't that crazy? Wouldn't it be really something if in DCS, you know, because we have so many people struggling to learn these advanced modern fighters, wouldn't it really be something if they could hop in, say they want to fly the full fidelity MiG-29 when it eventually arrives? Wouldn't it be great for them if they could, say, learn to fly maybe in a Yak 52 and then progress on to, I don't know, an L-39 maybe? Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't it be something if that L-39 came with its own single-player campaign that puts you through an actual fucking pilot training regimen and teaches you how to use all the systems that are common to all Soviet aircraft of that era? Wouldn't that be something? If only we also had an Italian jet trainer, a Spanish jet trainer. The F5 is essentially half a T-38, so we've more or less got an American jet trainer. Wouldn't that be wild? F-16, we've only got an F-16C Block 50. There might be a NETS mod, I don't know. There is some sort of F-16 IDF setup mod, but it's a mod, so it's not official. Like I said, we have very few flyable planes in DCS because every single one of those takes as much time to develop as an actual full-blown game. So usually we get one variant of one aircraft. Sometimes we get multiple variants, like the Mirage F1 has the F1 BE, CE, EE, and the F1M is on the way, but there's not a lot of difference between those, so it's kind of... Oh yeah, there's a mod for the T-45, I forgot about that. Yeah, if only people could actually learn to fly using the real pilot training program, like a real pilot would. You know, it's so funny. All these DCS players that are convinced that they're real, you know, they're as good as a real-life fighter pilot, and they're a cool guy like Maverick, and they're so hell-bent on screaming if everything isn't realistic down to every rivet, until you tell them, hey, like, you're having trouble with this plane, maybe you should, like, fly the basic trainer, which you would learn to fly before flying that one in real life. And then they don't want to hear about it. They don't even think we should have trainers in the game, because if it's not a direct frontline combat aircraft, it doesn't belong in DCS, apparently. Problem is I don't have time, I'm not trying to be a real pilot, I just want to fly. Yeah, you don't have to learn the aircraft inside out. That's why I fly Cold War aircraft and Warbirds. I don't need to learn all these different systems pages. Like, that's why you rarely see me fly the modern American shit, and when I do, I only know how to do one or two things in them. Because I don't give a fuck about learning how to drop JDAMs from 3 postcodes over. Like, it's not relevant to me, I don't care. Whereas the MiG-21, you can learn it. I can get someone, like, able to take off, land, fly around, navigate, do some basic combat stuff in the MiG-21 in probably, like, an hour tops. It's really not hard. Now, it'll take them weeks or months to get good at it, because the MiG-21's got a whole bunch of unwritten rules you have to learn through the, you know, the hard way. But it doesn't take long to pick up at all. The F5 you could teach someone in probably half an hour. Like, the F5 is just stupid easy to fly. Like, absolutely just stupid easy. F105, no, but hopefully we get one eventually. F104, it's being worked on. And yes, there is an auto start for most things in the game. It is slower than a manual start, if you know what you're doing. So, you know, some people use auto start and they'll go get a drink or take a piss or whatever. I'll do it very rarely. Like, if I need to get up from the computer, I'll maybe use the auto start. But there are a couple of things to be aware of. First of all, like I said, it's slower than a manual start. If you know which things you actually need to turn on, which things you don't, you can skip about half of it and just do it by hand. The other thing is it doesn't always configure the aircraft for combat, or it might turn like your nav lights on. So it's pretty easy to tell auto start Andes in a PvP server because they're always flying around with their nav lights on in broad daylight. They're super easy to see. And that's also, like, if you don't know how to set the weapon systems up, it probably won't do it for you. And so that's going to be something you have to learn anyway. Maybe I like having my lights on. Feel free, it just makes it easier for me to see you. I always get very happy when I see an enemy aircraft flying around with their nav lights on in daylight, because it means that 90% of the time they're going to be a very easy kill. Tell people to pick the aircraft that's coolest to them and just learn if they care that much. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's why I say, if you're really that much into the Hornet, ignore me, get the Hornet first. But if you're only looking at getting the Hornet because Hoggett told you it does everything and it's a really cool plane, then you shouldn't listen to them, because Hoggett is dumb and bad. And in fact, Reddit in general is dumb and bad and serves very few useful purposes to humanity. And none of them are related to flight simming. Most of them are related to having your hands on a different kind of stick. So I would say just get what you're interested in, but if you don't know for sure what you're interested in, or if you're really worried about DCS, you know, taking more time to learn than you have available, just pick up one of the older planes because they're really quick and easy to learn. And from there, like, you can spend an afternoon learning the MiG-21 or the F-5 or whatever, and once you get comfortable with that, you might decide, okay, well now I really enjoy playing DCS. I feel like it's worth investing the time to learn something more complex like the Hornet or the A-10 or whatever. Or you might just be like, you know what? I don't need computers because I'm a fucking real man. I'm just gonna fucking use bombing tables and reticle depression and unguided iron bombs and just flex on all the JDAM dipshits doing that. And you'll be absolutely based and you'll probably have more fun. So, ease your way into it. Ignore Reddit. Don't feel like you need to learn every single thing about every single aircraft right off the bat, because you don't. Like, there are still parts of the aircraft I fly all the time, like the MiG-21 for instance, that I don't remember what they do, or I never learnt it in the first place because it's not relevant to me. It's a system that doesn't matter in the sim because it's not simulated, or it might be simulated, but it's something you just generally don't need to touch, or whatever. Like, there are certain things that are just so irrelevant you'd never need to learn them. And if you fly the more modern stuff, that might be half of the shit the aircraft can do. Like, if you're not interested in air-to-ground, that's probably 80% of the fucking pages on the F-16 the Hornet that you will never ever need to learn. Compartmentalize. Viggen is extremely simple to get going. You know what? Let's fly one more sortie, and I think we'll probably call it after that, because I probably should get to sleep sometime soon. But I'll show you how easy the Viggen is to start up. And bear in mind that I might throw a few switches that you don't technically need on, just because I like to have it configured a certain way. So, spawn in the Viggen. We're going to actually arm up the aircraft beforehand, because it would be very embarrassing if I forgot to do that. We'll take an air-to-ground loadout, because this thing is kind of not much of a fighter. Let's take some rockets again. We'll take a single moral support Sidewinder. It's an AIM-9B anyway, so it's moral support's about all it's good for. Four switches and uncage the throttle. This aircraft is now starting up. So, that, and then uncage the throttle. This is your master power switch. This is your fuel valve, master fuel valve. This is your generator. This is the starter. And then this is obviously just the throttle. That's all you have to do. The aircraft's now started. Now,
Rearming complete.
while the engine's spooling up, some of the other systems will come online automatically. So we've got the engine running. I'm going to come down here and just... You don't have to do this. This is my own personal preference. I'm going to turn down the gain or the brightness on the radar screen a bit because it's a bit blinding by default. And I'm going to turn the instrument panel lighting on. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to turn on the oxygen system, even though we're going to be flying low enough, we'll probably not need it at all. And then I'm going to arm the ejection seat. If all you want to do is fly the plane and you don't care about having your waypoints set up or the navigation system configured correctly or weapons, if all you want to do is get the plane off the ground, this plane will now get off the ground. This plane is configured for flight. It will happily fly in this state. Now, I want to actually blow shit up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Do I have any waypoints set? Oh, I still do from up here, I think. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that waypoint there. Sorry. That's my waypoint. I'm going to delete that one because I think we destroyed most of that target. And I'm going to set a waypoint here. Again, this is... You don't have to do this to fly the aircraft. I'm doing this just because it saves me some time punching in numbers manually on the keypad, which is how you would do it in a Cold War viggen. I'm just, you know, lazy and don't have the time. So then we'll go here. Whoops. Put in the data cartridge, and then now that's plugged in, all I have to do is put this on Refalola, input 9099 LSSKU. It's loading. It's done. That's our nav system on our weapon system. All that set up. Everything. All our waypoints are in. The weapon loadout's in. The aircraft is good to go. I'm going to do one extra thing because autism. 580 and loading that in TACT mode turns off the turn-nav system. The reason I'm doing that is because Cold War viggens didn't have a turn-nav system, and I am petty enough to care about shit like that. Most people wouldn't. Because I'm carrying rockets, I need to make sure I'm on the correct weapon setting, which is attack. The one I was on was bomb plan, so we're now on attack, so that's the rocket setup. Don't need to do anything more. Radio. This is, again, not necessary for flight, but because I'm on a server that actually uses voice comms, I am going to set it to the right frequency. Radio is done. And that's just about everything. There's one more switch here which slaves the HUD to the compass. We don't need to worry about changing the altimeter because it's already preset to the correct airfield elevation. And we don't need to change that for rockets. We only need to change that for if we're bombing something, so it can figure out how high off the ground we are when we release the bombs. Then all I do is, before I start taxiing, I flick the master mode to nav, tap the toe brakes to release them, and we're done. We're good. We can fly. So if you're in a hurry to get this thing off the ground, particularly if you don't care about setting up waypoints, you can do it in under a minute. MiG-21, very similar. There's more manual flicking of switches and stuff, but the MiG-21, if you get used to the procedure, you can get off the ground in definitely less than 2 minutes, probably less than 1. Sounds way more complicated than the F-86? Not much. Not much, honestly. This thing's actually easier to get started than the F-86, but the F-86 has less systems to babysit. Like, if you didn't have the CK-37 to worry about, this would be simpler than the F-86. Technically, you're meant to switch from master mode to nav once you're lined up on the runway. Yeah, but who cares? What it does is it'll misalign your nav system slightly, which is probably why my nav system is usually telling me it's not happy with me. But, like, it's going to be a couple 100 meters error at most, and usually in clear weather, you'll visually see the target. So it's not a big deal. And you can always re-reference it using the radar or punching it in by hand while you're in flight. I just haven't, like, I don't remember how to do that, and I haven't got around to relearning it, so I don't. You do want correct altitude for rockets only in a particular mode from memory. In the usual mode for it, it's using the radar to range them instead of the slant range unit. It might make them marginally more accurate to have the right QFE, but you can get away without it, whereas with the bombs you absolutely need the QFE set correctly, because if you don't, you might not even be able to drop them. But, you know, for shits and giggles, we'll just double check. I think it's pretty close to what we've got here anyway. It should be, because we're pretty close to sea level. 1008, so we don't need to set it. It's exactly the same as the airfield. Yeah, slant ranging is long range mode, and long range mode is very fun and cool to have, but I found out somewhat recently that that was an AJS addition. It wasn't an original AJ feature, so if I'm going to be a good boy and not do anything, you know, not Cold War appropriate, I need to stop using that on this server. A lot of the time you don't really need it anyway, to be honest. It's just useful for taking out things like shilkers. I was looking at landing, not M2. You're right. M2 is 998, my bad. It's not a big difference anyway. But we'll set 998. If you're shallow, you shouldn't be. That's the thing. I actually said that earlier. I was talking about the main reason people fuck up rocket attacks and bombs for that reason is they dive too shallow. Don't come in too shallow. That's a simple solution to that problem. Is just don't come in shallow. Yeah, 30 is usually what I aim for. Anywhere between 30 and 50. Usually 30 to 45 in the viggen. You don't want to come in too steep. Hey Garfield, good to see you. We're right at the tail end of it, but yeah. I was struggling to stay awake this afternoon. I had nothing else on, so I figured why not? We'll do a quick stream. And it's been a little more than a quick stream. It's been over 4 hours now. Also, hey Legolas, good to see you as well. Gandalf pushed my VR headset off the table yesterday, and today he's had me open the door for about 15 times in 20 minutes. Oof. Most well-behaved cat. With the Kha-29, and particularly out of the Su-25T, you have to bear in mind as well, it's quite an old implementation, and it's Flaming Cliffs on top of that, so it's really oversimplified. I would not expect it to be like that on full fidelity modules that get it, and I think they're updating the missile anyway. It's kind of like the Mavericks on the Flaming Cliffs A-10, the A-10A. They're comically fucking overperforming, whereas on the A-10C, they're actually a lot harder to use. and their sensor isn't anywhere near as good. Any air targets? Yeah, this is any targets in this mission? Yeah, plenty. This is a PvP server, like dynamic frontline PvP server. It's just kind of quiet because of the time zones, and we're also flying in a quiet part of the map because I got sick of getting intercepted over and over. Explains why the long range mode is wired. So, yeah, it was basically an afterthought. They're like, what switch can we rewire to do this in a particular mode? It's kind of like how the nuclear consent switch in the Hornet ended up becoming the nav flare switch. Same thing. It's like, this is mostly redundant for us. What can we turn it into, bro? I usually don't actually use the air-to-ground radar and the viggen to spot targets, but now that I'm starting to check it as I get close to a known target position, I can see why people say this thing's fucking absurd. It's like better than synthetic aperture radar. That's the fucking target right there. And the bridge next to it. Like, there's no way it should pick it up that clearly at this fucking low of an altitude, at this angle, through trees and buildings. This thing needs a radar overhaul so badly, goddamn. There's the bridge, there's the antenna. The antenna is right next to our target. I'm going to switch out to the rockets. There's the circle telling us, hey, the target's there. As soon as the safety comes off, that circle will go away, and the rockets are now hot. Nuclear weapons. There's only nuclear weapons for the MiG-21, and they're really janky because they're not really nuclear weapons. They're just bombs with all the numbers cranked all the way up. I wish we had more nukes in DCS, but unfortunately people turn it into a political thing, and also it's kind of difficult for the game to handle without imploding, which is understandable. Uh-oh, we might get hit here by AAA. Slightly short. You say that, but that's kind of how it's implemented, and it doesn't actually work in practice. Because the slightest difference in terrain, like the slightest difference in height of the terrain, is enough to prevent something that's 50 meters from the bomb going off from getting killed. There's no working airburst, and no working braking parachute for it. It's just, it acts like a normal impact fuse bomb. Yeah, like, it would be nice if at least we got a functional IAB 500, which is, like, the training analog for RN-28. Like, we already have the art assets for an RN-28. It's a 500-kilo bomb with a big fucking incendiary payload that makes, like, a mini mushroom cloud. It's not that difficult to implement. Didn't actually overfly the target close enough for it to set to the next waypoint, so we'll do it manually. Also no progressive shockwave in DCS, no proper thermal radiation, so all nukes overperform shit and you will die in explosion. No, not from the 28. 28's easy to get away from. Like, not just because I'm, you know, the Kasab fucking, like, eraser, but it's genuinely not that hard to get away. You just need to be low enough, ideally screened by terrain, get out of there in full emergency burner, you'll be fine. The RN-24 will fucking kill you in its own shockwave, and that's even from a reasonable altitude. You need to be, like, supersonic and high altitude to get away with the RN-24, or really, really lucky with terrain if you go for a low altitude release. Well, we should probably not overfly that. There's an anti-aircraft gun there. Meanwhile, in Spring Engine, nukes alter the terrain alongside the simulation of 1,000+ units. Spring is in Total Annihilation Spring. Oh man, that brings back some fucking memories. My friends stopped playing that with me because I may have retaliated in a very underhanded way to something they did. So I was not very good at the game. I was quite inexperienced, and it was a 2v2. I was hive-minded with a friend of mine who also wasn't very experienced at the game, but he also thought it'd be very funny to quit midway through to troll me. So it ended up being me versus two very experienced players. I knew I was going to lose, so what I did was I took my commander and I walked him under the ocean, where nobody would think to look for him, all the way across the map to their main base, right as they were massing units for an attack, and I self-destructed him in the middle of it and wiped out all their units in the fucking blast. That was the only fucking time they ever played that game with me. After that, they never played it with me again. Proper toss maneuver for the RN-24. I've tried it. You might get away with it some of the time, but it's not reliable. It's not like the RN-28, where it is reliable. You will be able to pull it off repeatably every single time, regardless of terrain. We'll just set down at Sanaki. I think we're flying from Sanaki anyway, weren't we? It's a pretty scuffed approach. We're coming in a bit fast, as usual. And I think the server's about to restart, because it just resolved the mission tick, so I think that'll have to be our last sortie. We're actually quite a bit too slow. I should have lowered the sight glass as well, so the velocity vector wouldn't fall off the bottom. And I should turn the radar off so we don't microwave the ground for his balls. I also didn't remember to hit the thrust reverser. But doesn't matter because the server went down anyway. So I think we'll call it there, guys. I don't really have time for another flight. Hopefully next stream will be a bit less scuffed. I was a bit out of it tonight, so that's going to be my excuse anyway. But yeah, I'll try and get in a Mirage F1 stream at some point, because I think I kind of get along with that thing now, and I will try and upload that recording from when I was flying with Robbo, which was legitimately a really good run in it. Other than that, still no concrete stream schedule, because between work and I've got friends coming out from Canada, and then I've got Christmas, like, don't know when I'm going to have time and energy, but we'll try and squeeze some in. Anyway, I am going to see if I can find someone to send you off to, and then I am going to get myself a drink and probably head to bed pretty soon. Thank you all for coming to watch, though, especially for a zero-notice pop-up stream like this. Please bear with me as I begin the extremely scuffed process of trying to set up a raid. We have a few candidates on. I think I'll send you guys off to Sarge Sabik, who it would appear is flying the Tomcat. There we go. And because I have to wait for that to actually time out, You guys have to put up with me for like another minute and a half, I think. Yeah, minute and a half. So, I have an extremely scuffed setup. I have so many browser tabs and windows open that I don't want to open my browser while DCS is running, while I'm streaming, because there is a greater than 0 chance that either 20 different videos will start auto-playing at once, or something will crash. So I can't use my browser to set up raids and shit. I used to use the Steam browser in-game to do it, because that didn't have the same problem, because I didn't have any tabs open in it. The problem is that I have been logged out on Twitch on Steam, and I can't be asked to log back in, because it's a convoluted process and my password is very long and complex. So I'm down to using my phone to set up the raids. So we're at the mercy of the timer. Do love the Mirage. I'm coming around to it. I prefer the 2000, but the F1 is... it's alright. It's not much of a dogfighter. It's better than I... It's getting better as one, as the flight model gets refined, and as I learn how it does and doesn't like to be flown, but it's still not going to hang with the light fighters. It never will. But it's a fun aircraft to fly. It's a lot of fun to fly. It's got a ton of character.